Hello everyone, this is Bakkappa and welcome to the complete Python tutorial full course for beginners. If you are searching for Python tutorial for beginners, learn Python from scratch, or a complete Python programming course for automation and interviews, this course is for you. You will learn Python fundamentals, control flow statements, looping statements, functions, exception handling, and data structures. And also you will learn about OOPS concepts, file handling, libraries, real-time problem solving, starting from installation to the advanced level concepts. This course is perfect for beginners, students, and software testers who want to master Python in 2026. Start learning Python today. Let's get started. You can access Python course source code on my GitHub repository. Go to the github.com/bakkappa. Under repositories, search with Python course. You will get a very first repository, that is a Python beginners course. Click on that repository and then you will find the chapter wise Python source code. You can also download the Python course document by going to the tester stock practice site. In this homepage, you can click on the YouTube playlist plus GitHub repo plus document link. And if you scroll a bit down here, you will find the section called Python beginners course. And inside this, you can click on the Python beginners course document by tester stock link. Then it will start downloading the document. Welcome to chapter 1. In this video, you will learn about Python basics from the scratch, including what Python is and how to install Python and VS Code. We will write your first Python program and understand variables, data types, operators, strings, and input output. You will also learn about virtual environment setup using venv and requirements.txt file for real-time projects and automation. Let's build a very strong foundation in Python programming. Let's understand what is Python and what are the key features of Python programming language. Python is a high-level programming language, and you can also say it as Python is an interpreted programming language, easy to read programming language. Python is being used in multiple places in multiple industries. For example, automation, where we have repetitive tasks like file handling or system administration, software development, software testing, and also Python is being used in the data science, AI, artificial intelligence, ML, machine learning, and many more places. Just now I said Python is a interpreted programming language. It is very important for you to understand what is the difference between interpreter and compiler. Interpreter means it executes the code line by line at runtime, which is bit slower compared to the C, C++, Java, but it is much more faster for debugging. Python, JavaScript, Ruby are using a interpreter. Compiler means what it does, it converts your entire program into the machine readable code before the execution. Then it creates the standalone executable file that runs faster. So that's the reason Python is a bit slower as it uses the interpreter, but C, C++, Java are a bit faster because it converts the file into the executable file that runs faster again and again. So far you have seen what is Python and what is the difference between interpreter and compiler. Now let's see what are the key features of Python programming language. It has a easy syntax similar to the English and a platform independent. It means that you can write a code in Windows and that can be executed in Mac OS, Linux, Fedora, Ubuntu, etc. etc. And Python has a huge library support. It comes up with by default multiple packages like supporting for mathematical operations, file handling, and also you can install the third-party plugins. By using that, you can integrate with the other components for reading and writing the data. Then Python is being used in multiple places or in multiple industries like software testing, software development, data science and analytics, AI, artificial intelligence, ML, machine learning, scientific and numeric computing, where we are uh, doing things related to the mathematical operations, video game development, automation, and etc. etc. So far you have seen what is Python, what are the key features of Python. Now in this video I will discuss how Python is different from the other programming languages. Let's take a first feature, syntax. In case of Python, the syntaxes are more readable and it is more on indentation based, means that you can just press tab and you can write the code. But in case of other programming languages, you need to use the braces. Second feature is dynamically typed. In case of Python, means that for example I wanted to declare and initialize the string variable. I can simply write variable equal to value. But in case of other programming languages, you need to declare the data type first, then you can declare the variable and followed by that you can assign the variable value. Let's move on to the next feature, memory management. In case of Python, it has the automatic garbage collection, but in case of C++, manually we have to write a code for garbage collection. Even Java has a automatic garbage collection. Next feature is compilation. Python uses interpreter, as you already know about what is interpreter, and other programming languages uses the compiler mostly. Then we have programming paradigm. Python uses object-oriented programming, functional programming, and procedural programming. But in case of other programming languages, are mostly supporting for the object-oriented programming. Next, we have a standard library. So Python by default comes up with the many more libraries. But in case of other programming languages, those are having very minimal inbuilt libraries. Coming to the performance, Python performance is slow because it is using interpreter, but in case of other programming languages, it is a bit faster because they are using a compiler. Last one is Python is good for data science, web development, scripting, artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc. etc. But if you are looking for system level or a performance or you have a critical apps, you can go for the like Java or C++ for machine level coding. So far you have seen what is Python and how Python is different from the other programming languages. In this video I will discuss what are the softwares required for this Python course. The first one is operating system. You can use Mac, Windows or Linux, and we will use Python. Manually we have to download it and we have to install it. Next one is VS Code. We are using VS Code for the code editor, and then we can use terminal or a command prompt, depends on your operating system, for running the Python program. In this video I will discuss how to install Python in Mac operating system. The first step is very common for the Mac or a Windows operating system. If you are using Mac operating system, open terminal. If you are using Windows operating system, you can open the command prompt. You can enter Python space hyphen hyphen version, or you can type Python 3 space hyphen hyphen version. So if you get the command not found, that means Python is not installed on your device. Then what you can do is you can navigate to the Python official website, and then you can download the package for the Mac operating system and .exe for the Windows operating system. You can go to the www.python.org/downloads, and here in this website you can, in my case I'm using a Mac operating system, I have downloaded a package by using this link. If you are using Windows operating system, click on the Windows. On the left side under stable releases, depends on your operating system, you can download the .exe file. Then next, in case of Mac, simply double click on the .package. Then you will see the screen like this. Click on continue. Then again continue. And click on continue. On the left side, you can make sure that all these steps are listed, and this installation is going through all these steps. Then click on agree button and click on install, and at the end you will see the message called the installation was completed successfully, and also it opens the folder where exactly Python is installed. Then you need to cross check it whether Python is installed successfully in your machine or not. Again, you can open your terminal. In case of Mac, simply type the Python 3 space hyphen hyphen version, and this time you should be able to see the Python version. That means Python is installed successfully. So let me open my terminal, and here I will enter Python 3 space hyphen hyphen version, right? So it is displaying the Python and then version. So that means in my case also Python is installed successfully. So far you have seen how to install Python on the Mac operating system. Now we will see how to install Python in Windows operating system. From the official website of the Python, you can download the .exe file. Then double click on the .exe file. You will see this screen, first screen. Then click on the run button. And in the second screen, make sure that you are checking these two checkboxes. If you are missed to check the second checkbox, you need to add the python.exe file to the system environment variables manually. So make sure that you are checking these two checkboxes. Then it will take few seconds to install the Python in your device. Then at the end you will see the setup was successfully screen, and then click on close. Then at the end you can verify whether Python is installed on your device or not by using Python space hyphen hyphen version, then you should be able to see the Python version. Or if you're not able to see the Python version, you can try using a Python 3 space hyphen hyphen version command. So this is how you can install the Python in Mac operating system and Windows operating system. In this video, I will discuss how to install VS Code in your device. You can navigate to the https://code.visualstudio.com/download. So this is the official website of the VS Code editor, and here depends on your operating system. You can download the .exe file for the Windows and .package file for the if you are using a Mac. And if you are using other operating systems, so based on your operating system, you can download the file. Then if you are using Mac operating system, simply double click on the .package file, and steps are very simple and straightforward. You can complete the process. Unfortunately, I did not add the screenshots for the Mac. Here I have added a screenshots for the Windows installation. Let's go through the steps. Once you got the .exe file, you need to double click on the .exe file, and you will see a screen like this. Click on Run button. Then here click on the I accept the agreement. Then click on Next button and Next button. And here you need to click on the Install button. So here it will take few seconds for the installation. Then you will see the final screen like this. Then click on the Finish button. After clicking on the Finish button, in the start simply type the Visual Studio Code. You should be able to see the app like this in your Windows operating system. If you are using a Mac operating system, type Visual Studio Code. So in my case, I have already installed it. So you should be able to see like this in the Mac operating system. So this is how you can install the VS Code in Mac and Windows operating system. So far you have seen how to install Python and how to install VS Code in your device. Now in this video, I will discuss how to set up the environment for writing the Python program. So firstly, we will open the VS Code, and then we will install the Python extension and Python Debugger extension from the Microsoft. Let's quickly open the VS Code and make sure that you have created one empty folder before opening the VS Code. You need to open the newly created empty folder from the file, and here you can select the open folder option. Make sure that you have created an empty folder anywhere in your system, and in my case I have created a Python beginners course as an empty folder. Then I am opening it here, and on the left side you will see the extensions. Simply click on the extensions to install the two extensions. One is Python and Python Debugger. Just search with the Python, and here all the extensions will be listed here. So if you see the very first one, Python extension from the Microsoft, then click on the install. So if you see here, so automatically it is installing the Python debugger also. And if you see here, even Python debugger also got installed, right? So this is how you can install the Python and Python debugger in your VS Code. In the next video, we will write a very first Python program. So far you have seen how to install Python, how to install VS Code, and also you have seen how to install the required extensions in the VS Code. In this video, I will discuss how to write our very first Python program by creating the .py file, and we will try to print something in the output. And also we'll see how to run the Python program using VS Code editor. Let's go to the VS Code, and firstly I will create one folder called chapter 1. Under chapter 1 I'm creating a new file called 01 underscore hello.py. Each and every Python files will have the extension called .py. So let's open the file, and just we'll print some text in the output. So by using the print, and inside this you can write single quotation or double quotation. Let's add a message as hello, welcome to testers talk YouTube channel. That's it. Now we are done with writing just one line of code. Just we are trying to print the message in the output. So we are done with creating a simple py file, and also we are done with writing a one line of code that will print the given text. And you can run this Python program just by going to on the top right side there is a run icon. Simply click on the run Python file. And if you see here, our Python program got executed, and we are able to print the given text by using the print function. So far you have seen how to set up Python environment and how to write the first Python program, and then you have seen how to execute the first Python program. In this video I will discuss how to run the Python program by using the terminal. You have already seen how to run the Python program by using the VS Code IDE. Now we will see how to run the Python program by using the terminal or a command prompt. In my case, I am using a terminal. Here I am going to the VS Code. You can open this terminal, or you can go to this particular location and you can use the same command which I am using it here. Let's write Python 3, followed by that we have to specify the path where exactly we have the Python file. So in our case, Python file is present under the chapter 1. Let's write chapter 1 / 01 hello.py. So by using this simple command, you can run the Python programs using terminal or a command prompt. Let's press enter, and if you see here, our Python program got executed and we are able to print the given text. In this video I will discuss what are keywords in Python. Keywords are nothing but a reserved words in a Python, and each keyword will be having a predefined meaning to that, and you cannot use these keywords as a variable names, class names, function names, or any object name. We will see how to use each of these keywords like if, else, for, while, def, return, true, false, none, class, import, and etc. etc. In the later point of this course, we will see how to use these keywords and when to use these keywords in Python. In the previous video, you have seen what are keywords in Python. In this video, I will discuss what are identifiers in Python programming. Identifiers are nothing but names which we will be giving to the variables, functions, classes, objects. You need to follow the set of rules while creating the variables, functions, classes or objects. The very first one is it must start with the letter or a underscore, and it should not start with the number. It can be variable name, function name or a class name. It can contain the letters, numbers, underscores, and also it is a case sensitive. And if you see here, so this age is different and this age is different. You cannot use the Python keywords as a variable name, function name or a class name. So far you have seen what are keywords and what are identifiers in Python programming. In this video I will discuss what are comments in Python programming. Comments are used to explain a code, or if you want to exclude the set of lines code from the execution, you will be using a comments. There are two types of comments. One is single line comment, second one is multi-line comment. Single line comment can be done by using a hash symbol, and a multi-line comment can be done by using a 3 double quotes. Inside the 3 double quotes you can specify the multiple lines of code. Let's look at the examples for the single line comment and multi-line comment. I will create a new Python file 02 comments.py. So I will go to the hello.py file. Simply I will copy this printing text line and I'll paste it in the comments.py file. So right now I have only one line of code. Similarly, let's add another 2 lines of code. Then we will update the text which we are printing in the console. So here I'll say, hi, welcome to tester stock, and in the second print function, so we are printing the hello, welcome to tester stock YouTube channel, and in the third line we are printing just welcome to tester stock YouTube channel. So let's run this Python program. So it should print all the 3 text. So by using the Python 3 command, I'm running the Python program. And if you see here, we are able to print all the text, right? So we are able to run the Python program. Now we will see how to comment the single line. You can comment any line in the Python file by using a hash symbol. So this will be used to comment the only single line. If you see here, so this is turned into the green color. So if I run the Python file once again, or a Python program once again, so this time only 2 print functions got executed, right? So if you see here we have executed it and it is just printing the hi, welcome to tester stock YouTube channel, and it is skipping the line number 3, and then it is printing the welcome to tester stock YouTube channel text, right? So like this you can comment the single line. Now let's comment a multi-line. So I will remove this hash symbol. You can comment the multiple lines in the Python file by using a 3 double quotes. Inside this you can add the code. So I don't want to run the line number 5 and 6. So simply I'll cut these 2 lines and I'll put it inside the doc string. I'll save the file and let's run the Python program. And if you see here, so after running it, Now only line number 7 is getting executed, and here you can see the text is being displayed as welcome to Testers Talk YouTube channel only. So these two lines are excluding from the Python program execution. So this is how you can comment the single line and multiple lines in the Python. In this video, I will discuss what are variables and data types in Python. Let's see firstly what are variables in the Python. Variables are nothing but a name that refers to a value stored in the memory. For example, you want to save the employee details like employee name, employee age, employee salary. So here, name, age, salary are the variables. In case of Python, no need to declare the data type. Automatically Python will identify the data type. Just you need to give the variable name and then simply you need to assign the value to the variable. Data types are nothing but it defines the kind of value a particular variable can hold. So these are the very commonly used data types: string, integer, floating point, and boolean. Now let's see an examples for the variables and data types in the Python. Let's create a new Python file as 03 variables data types dot py. So firstly we'll create a string variable. Here I will give the variable name as name, and here you can give the value in the double quotes or a single quotes. You can give any random name here. Let's create a integer variable. Then let's assign the integer value. You can give any random number. Let's create a floating point variable. So here I'll give the variable name as salary. Then I will give the floating point value here. Then I am creating a fourth variable as boolean variable is active. For this you can assign only true or false. Right now I am assigning the true value. So this is how you can create the string variable, integer variable, floating point variable, boolean variable. Now let's print the data type of each of the variable by using the print function. Inside print, so simply I am using a type, and inside type we have to pass the variable name. Let's pass the name this time, and then we'll pass the age. Next we will pass the salary, and then we'll pass the is active. So type we are using to check the which type of variable it is. So that's it, we are done. Let's run this Python program. So I'll copy the relative path, then I'll use the command called python3, then I'll paste the Python file relative path here, and that's it. If you see the output here, from the line number 7 it is printing the str because it is a string variable, and second it is printing the int. So age is a integer variable, then third one is a float because it is a floating point value, and fourth one is a boolean. So it contains just true or false value, right? In this video I will discuss what is typecasting and how to typecast from string to integer and from integer to string. Typecasting is nothing but converting the data from one data type to the another type. In the first example you can see here, we are converting the string data type to the integer data type, and in the second example we are converting the integer data type value to the string data type value. Let's look at an example for the typecasting in Python. Here I will create a new Python file as 04 typecasting.py. Here I'm creating two variables. First one is string type. Let's give us some name here. Then second variable is integer type. Let's assign some random number here. I want to print the output as John followed by age. Here I will use the print function, and then I will pass the name variable. By using a plus symbol, you can combine the two values. So let's pass the age here. So this will print the name followed by age. But this particular print function will throw the error because name is a string type, age is a integer type. So let's quickly run the Python program. It should throw the error. I will use the terminal to run this Python program. And if you see here, throwing the type error, can only concatenate str to str, right? The name is a string type, but our age is a integer type. So that's the reason typecasting is very important. We will convert our age integer variable value to the string variable value by using str. In the brackets you can pass the integer value. So this will convert the integer value to the string value. If I run the same program once again, we should be able to print the output as John followed by age. So let's print a space in between by using double quotes and space, and here you can simply pass the plus. So this plus will combine the given strings. Let's quickly run the Python program. So this time we should be able to print the output as John space 30. And if you see here output, so we are able to print the name followed by age. So this is how we can convert the any integer value to the string value. Now we will see how to convert the string to the integer type. Here I am adding another variable called age2, and I will specify the 20 value in the string in the single quotation. You can specify it in the double quotation also. That will also consider as a string in Python. Now I want to add these two ages, right? But if I try to add it by using a plus symbol similar to line number 5, so I will get an error because this is the integer type and this is the string type. So let's write a print function here. Then I will pass the age plus age2. So if I run this Python program, I will get the error in the line number 7. So let's quickly run this program. And if you see here, so we are getting the error. So it is saying unsupported operand type, integer and string. So we have to convert this age2 to the integer type so that we can add these two ages. And line number 7 will print the 50 as a age. It is very simple, similar to the how we are converting the integer type to the string. In the similar way, you can convert string to the integer type. So simply you can add int, and inside that you can pass the string variable. So if I run the program, so this line number 7 should print me the output as 50. And if you see the output here, so we are able to print the 50 here. And before that you can see the name and followed by age also. So this is how you can convert the string to the integer type in Python. In the previous video you have seen how to perform typecasting in Python. In this video I will show you how to accept command line input and perform the operations in Python. Let's quickly create a new Python file as 05 input output.py. So it is very easy. You can accept the command line inputs by using a input function. So here you can say input, and inside that you can pass the string, what message you want to print it on the command line. Let's say enter your first name, and similarly I will ask user to enter your last name, and then I will ask user to enter the age also. Once I got the value, I will assign back to the variables. So here I am giving the variable name as f name, that is for accepting the first name, and l underscore name for accepting the last name, and here I will give the age for accepting the age value from the command line. Now I will display the name by combining the first name and last name. Then I will display the age by using a print function. So I will say print. So let's print a name colon followed by this. So I will print the first name, that is f name, and let's add a space in between first name and last name. Then I will pass the last name, that is L name. Similarly, let's print the age also. So I will say age colon, then I'll pass the age variable here. So line number 5 will print name colon. It will combine the first name and last name from the command line input, and line number 6 will print the age, whatever it is getting from the user from the command line. So let's quickly run this Python program by using a terminal. And if you see here, so firstly it is asking us to enter the first name. Let's pass the first name as testers and last name as talk. Then we will pass the age as some number. And if you see here, so after combining all this, first name and last name, name is getting displayed and then age is getting displayed. So this is how you can accept the command line arguments and perform the manipulations in the Python programming. In this video, I will discuss very important operators in Python programming. The very first one is arithmetic operators such as addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulus, and comparison operators such as equal to, less than equal to, greater than equal to. And then we will see logical operators such as or, and not in Python. Now let's look at the examples for the arithmetic operators. Here I will quickly create a new Python file as 06 operators.py. And then here I'm creating two variables. First one is num1, that is number 1, then I will assign some random number. Similarly, I will create a number 2, then I will assign the value as 20. Now I want to add these two numbers. By using the addition operator, we can add the given numbers. So here I'll use the print function to print the addition of these two numbers. So here I'll say num1 plus num2. So this will add the number 1 and number 2. So before that, let's print the text as addition colon. Then we will print the sum of two numbers. Let's quickly save it and let's run the program. So line number 4 should print the output as 30, right? Because number 1 has the 10 and number 2 has the 20. It will be 30 as a sum after adding it. Let's quickly run this program. And if you see here the output, so we are able to add the two numbers and output is 30. And similarly, we can subtract the two numbers. So just I will pass the minus in between the number 1 and number 2. Let's pass the text as subtraction and let's multiply two numbers by using into symbol. Let's say multiplication as a text. And similarly, we can divide the two numbers by using the division operator. And let's pass the text as division. And let's do the modulus of two numbers by using the modulus operator. So I will pass the text as modulus. So that's it. So let's quickly run the Python program and we should be able to see the output for each of the operations. And if you see here, so firstly we are adding the two numbers, which is 30. Then there is a subtraction between the two numbers. Minus 10 is the output, so which is expected. And this is the multiplication and this is the division and this is the modulus. So this is how we can use the arithmetic operators in Python. Now let's look at the examples for the comparison operators. Comparison operators will be used in most of the times with a if condition or a while condition. So here we'll see the very basic examples. Just we'll see whether these two numbers are equal or not. We'll check whether these two numbers are not equal, or then we'll try to compare number 1 is less than number 2, like this. So I will quickly add one line separator by using print just to differentiate the output. So firstly, we will compare the number 1 and number 2 by using the equal operator. So here I'll say print the text as, here I'll say equal colon. So I will pass the number 1 now double equal to then number 2. So if number 1 is equal to the number 2, then this will print the output as true. So otherwise our output will be false. So if I run the program, so in our case number 1 is not equal to the number 2, right? So output should be false. and if you see here, the output is false, right? So if I make the number 2 also 10, so line number 11 will returns the output as true. Let's run the same program, and this time if you see the output, so we are getting the true. Here number 1 and number 2 are equal. So I'll make it as 20 again. So this is how you can use the equal operator. Now similarly we can use the not equal to operator. So it will say not equal as a text, and you can specify the not equal to operator like this. So here it basically checks the number 1 value and number 2 value. If it is not equal, then it returns the true as the output. So if I run the program, so it should print the output as true. If you see here, so not equal is true because number 1 and number 2 are not equal. So similarly we can compare the number 1 is less than number 2. So basically it checks the number 1 and number 2. So I will say text as less than. So 10 is less than 20. So this should print the output as true. So similarly we will compare the less than equal to, just you need to specify the less than followed by that equal to. So it will say less than equal to. So line number 14 also should print the output as true because 10 is less than or equal to 20. So similarly we can add these two lines for the greater than. So it will say greater than. Just you can change this condition to the greater than. Similarly I will pass the greater than in the line number 16. So that's it. Line number 15 will returns the output as false because 10 is not greater than the 20, right? So line number 15 and 16 should return as the output as false. Line number 13 and 14 should return as the output as true. Let's quickly run the program and we can relate the output also. And if you see here the output, so as I said, so last two conditions are returning the value as false, and less than conditions are true, and equal is false because number 1 and number 2 are not equal, and not equal is true because both the numbers are not equal. And this is how we can use the comparison operators in Python. Now let's look at an examples for the logical operators. So firstly we will see the OR operator. So especially logical operators will be used when we have two conditions. So based on that we have to make the some decision. So let's look at an examples for the firstly OR condition, how you can use the OR condition. So here I'm using a print function again, and I'm writing two conditions. The first one is I'm comparing the number 1 is less than 20. So number 1 contains the 10 value, right? So this condition is true, right? You can use the OR logical operator. Then you can specify the another condition as number 1 is less than the 5. No, right? So this returns the false, but first condition will returns us the true result. So meaning of the OR condition is, OR operator is, if any one of these condition returns a true, the output will be true. So let's quickly add a text here. Then we will run the program. So here I'll say or. So this time line number 19 should print the output as true because the first condition is returning us the true. Let's run the program. And if you see here output, so we are getting the true because one condition is returning us the true. Let's say now I'll make this one also false. So now both the condition returns the false. Then the output will be false. If I run the program and the output is false here, correct? So similarly, the function of the AND condition is whenever both the conditions are returning a true, then output will be true. So let's quickly add the AND logical operator here by using a AND. So this is our AND logical operator. So this will returns the true only if both the conditions are returning the true, right? So here I'll say number 1 is less than the 30. This returns the true. And here I'll pass the sum 50. So 10 is less than the 50. That is true. So if I run this program, so this should print the output as true, line number 20. And if you see here output, so this is true. So I'll make one condition false. I'll make sure that second condition returns the false. So I'll pass some less than 10 number, which is 8. So if I run the program, line number 20 will print the output as false because one condition is returning as the false. And if you see the output here, AND is returning the false. And let's check the NOT logical operator. So what it does is just it simply flips the output. Here I'll say print, say not colon. So I'll take once again number 1 is less than 20. The line number 21 will returns the output as true. So if I run the program, so if you see here, not is printing the true, right? If I want to just flip the output, say for example, this condition is returning as the true, but I need a false value. In that case, just you can use the not logical operator. So if I run the program, so this time line number 21 should print the output as false. Previously it was printing the true. If you see here the not output, so we are getting the false value. So this is how we can use the logical operators in Python. In the previous video you have seen how to use operators in Python. In this video I will discuss about strings in Python. Strings are nothing but it contains group of characters. It can be digits, alphabets, or any special characters. Also, it is very important for you to understand the string methods. The very first one is strip. This method will be used to delete the spaces in the given string, which is a starting spaces or ending spaces. If you want to delete it by using strip, you can delete the spaces. Next is length. You can find out how many characters are there in the given string and starts with. You can pass the substring. Substring is nothing but a partial value of the original string. You can check the partial value is present at the starting by using the starts with method. Similarly, we have the ends with method, whether original strings is ending with the given substring. So that returns you the true or false. If original string is ending with the given substring, so you will get the true as the output. You can convert the given string to the lower case by using a lower method, and also you can convert the string characters to the uppercase also by using a upper method. Next we have a title. By using title method you can convert each word first letter into the caps. Next we have a capitalize. By using this method you can make the first character of a string to the capital. And next we have the index. You can find out the index of a given character, and also you can replace the value from the original string by using replace method. And by using a split method you can split the given string. For example, so there is a set of words in the string. I wanted to separate it by using a space. By using a split method I can do that. Next we have a find. By using find you can identify the index where exactly our substring is present in the original string. So next we have a checking methods. You can check whether string is containing the only digit, and also you can check the given string or a original string contains the alphabets. And next we have the is alpha num. So by using this method you can check given string contains the alphabets plus digits. And finally I will discuss about how to get the substrings from the original strings. Now let's look at the examples for the strings in Python. So firstly we'll see the strip method, length method, starts with and ends with method. Here I'm creating a new Python file as 07 strings.py. Then you can create the string variables in two ways, by specifying the single quotation and by specifying the double quotation. So let's create a first string str1 by specifying the single quotation. So it will say hi, welcome to tester stock. So similarly I can create the str2, that is string 2, by specifying the double quotes. Let me update the text as hello in the str2. So you can print it by using the print function str1 and str2. So we should be able to print the string values. So here I'm printing the str2 now. That's it. Let's run this Python program. We should be able to print the str1 and str2 without any issues. So I'll copy the path and let's quickly run the Python program. And if you see here, so we are able to print the both the output. You can create the string variable by using single quotation, by using the double quotation in Python. So firstly, we will see how to use the strip method. So I will say print, then I'll specify the strip text, and after that, so simply I will use the str1 dot strip. So this particular method will remove the starting and ending spaces. So I will intentionally add the spaces, starting two spaces and ending two spaces. So if you see here, so there are four spaces overall in the str1. So if I run the program, the spaces should be removed because in the line number 7 by using a strip method and I'm removing the spaces. So if you see here the output, so there are no spaces, right? So firstly, it was printing the spaces if you see this particular output, right? So after using a strip method, so we have removed the spaces, right? So similarly, let's count the how many characters are there in the given string by using a length method. So here I'll say print length colon. So simply you can use the len and inside this you can pass the string. So I'll pass the string to this time and it should count the how many characters are there in this particular string. So let's run the program and if you see here, so there are 31 characters in the string 2. Now we will see how to check whether given string is starting with the hello or not by using a starts with method. So here I'll say once again print, let's update the text as starts with, then here I will use the string str2 dot, then I will call to the method called starts with and inside this we can pass the our substring. So I will pass the as is this time. If str2 is starting with the hello, so this will print the output as true. If it is not starting with the hello, it should print the output as false. So this time it should print the output as true. If you see here, output is true. If I pass something else here, it should print the output as false, right? So str2 is not starting with the 1, 2, 3 hello, correct? In the similar way, you can use the ends with method also. So simply I'll call the ends with method here and let's pass the ending value of the string 2, that is talk. If I pass talk, it should print the output as true. So let's quickly run the program and if you see here, the output is true because str2 is ending with the talk. So if you pass something else value, if I run the program, this time it should print the output as false. If you see here, ends with is printing the value as false. Now we will see lower method, upper method, title method and capitalize method. We will see how to make each character in this given string to the lower case by using a lower method. So here I'll say text as lowercase. Then simply I will call to the method called lower here. If I run the program, I should be able to see the each and every character from the str2 in lowercase. So let me pass the str2 here. So I will run the program and if you see here lowercase, you can see all the characters in lowercase. Similarly, you can convert the given string characters into the uppercase by calling to the method called upper. So let me make the text as uppercase. So if I run the program, I should be able to see the each and every characters in uppercase. If you see here, the output is printing properly. Now let's see how to use the title method. What it does is basically title method, each and every word it checks it, it makes sure that the starting character is in uppercase. So if I take an example of str2, all the words first characters are in uppercase apart from the T, right? So T also should print in the uppercase. So let me use the title method now. So here I'll say title. Then I will call to the method called title. So that's it. If I run the program, line number 12 should print me the output as is. T should be in caps, right? And if you see here, title, so T is in caps. Each and every word's first character is converted into the caps. Now, let's move on to the capitalize method. So what capitalize method will do is, it converts the first character of a given string to the uppercase. So here I'm creating another variable called str3, and in this string I will just specify the all the lowercase characters only. The output should be tester stock, only the first character should be in uppercase. So let's quickly use the capitalize method. So we'll say capitalize colon. So here I'll pass the str3 dot. I'll call to the method called capitalize. So line number 16 should print the output as tester stock and T should be in caps. Let's run the Python program, and if you see the output here, capitalize, T is converted into the caps. Now let's see index method, replace method, split method and find method. So if you look at our str2 string variable, so always index starts with the 0. So we will find out this particular L index number. So if you count it, H is 0, E is 1, L is 2. So index method will print the first occurring character index. So let's use the print method, and inside that I will pass the str2 dot, then I will call to the method called index. Here we can specify the character name. So in our case, we want to find out the index of the L. Let's add a text before we run the program. So here I'll say index. Let's quickly run this Python program. So here I'll say Python 3. Then followed by that, I will pass the Python file path. And if you see the output here, so L is found at second index. So that is expected output. Now let's see how to replace the value in the string. So here I'll use the print, and then I'll say replace followed by that. So I will use the again str2 dot. I will call to the method called replace. So here you need to pass the string, and here you need to pass the new string value. So we want to replace the hello with the hey. So this is our original value. Let's add it here. And this is our new value. So if I run the program, it should print the hey followed by welcome to testers talk. Let's quickly run the Python program. And if you see the output here, hey followed by that, we have the welcome to testers talk text, right? Now let's see how to use the split method. By using a split method, we can split the values based on the character array string we are passing it. So here I will give the text as split colon. Then we'll split this particular given string by using a space. So here you can specify any character also, it will work fine. So in our case, so we are splitting str2 by using space. So in the first string it contains the hello, and in the second string it contains the welcome, and in the next string it contains the to, and so on after splitting it. Let's quickly run the program. And if you see the output here, split, the first string is hello, the second string is welcome, and next string is to, and so on, right? Now let's see how to use the find method. So we are using find method to find out the index of the substring. For example, if you look at our original string, I want to find out the where exactly this welcome is present, in which position W is present. If you count the character here, so H is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So W is present in the 8th place. I'll copy this substring. Then I will use a print function. So let's say find colon. So let's pass the str2 dot find. And inside this you can pass the characters or a substring. So it will print the output as 8 because W is present in the 8th position. So if I run the program, if you see here, so find and followed by that it is printing a 8, right? So like this you can try for other substrings from our original string. Now let's see checking methods. Is digit, is alphanumeric. So here I will use the print function once again, and before that let me add the line separator, and then we'll see how to use is digit method. So here I'll say print is digit colon and. So here I'm adding the string called 1 2 3 4. Then I'm calling to the method called is digit. So this method returns me the true or false. Our string contains only digits, so it should print the output as true. And if you see here the output is true this time. So if I add some characters, say for example alphabets ABC, so this time is digit will print the output as false because given string is not a digits, right? If you see the output here. So similarly, we can use the alpha also. Is alpha. So this checks the only alphabets are present in the given string or not. So this time is alpha method will print true because this string contains only alphabets. So if I run the program, is alpha is true, right? So if I add some digits, so this time line number 25 will print the output as false because it is containing the digits also, right? So if you see the output, is alpha is printing the false. Then let's see how to use the alphanumeric method. I'll copy the line number 25. Then let's update the text as is alpha numeric. So this particular method, what it does is alpha numeric method. So it prints true when there is a only alphabets also and when there is a only digits also. So this time I'll keep only alphabets, so it will print the output as true. If I run this program, if you see here, so it is true. So if I pass just digits, so then also it will print the output as true. If you see the output here, it is true. So basically it checks if there are alphabets, if there are digits, simply it will print the output as true. Now this time I'm passing the combination of alphabets plus digits. So this time also it prints the output as true, right? If you see the output, it is true. So if it is other than the alphabets or digits, say for example, this time I will pass the some special characters. So what it does is it checks it and it prints the output as false. So it is not a alphabet and it is not a numeric number also, right? And if you see the output here, is alphanumeric is false. Now we'll see how to fetch the substrings from the original strings. So here I'll create a new string as str4. So str4 equal to, in the single quotation I will add the string as welcome to testers talk. So firstly we will see how to fetch the substring by specifying the starting and ending index. So I will say print, then I will add the text as starting and ending index. Then so I will use the str4 string 4. Then you need to add the square brackets. Inside this square brackets you can specify the starting and ending index. So here I'll say 0 colon and let's print the welcome from the str4. So let's count the index. W is 0, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. In our case it is 7. So if I run this program, it will print the welcome as a output. If you see here, so we are able to print the welcome as a output by specifying the starting index and ending index. Now by using a starting index, we'll fetch the substring. So here I'll say starting index as a text. Then so I will specify the only starting index. So I will remove the ending index here. I want to print the t onwards till the end of the string. This particular space index was 7. I'll just specify the 8 so that it will consider it from the t. So here I'll say 8. If I run the program, it should print me the output as 2 followed by testers talk. And if you see here, starting index, and we are able to print the output as to testers talk. Similarly, we can fetch the substring by specifying the ending index. Here I'll say text as ending index, and I will remove the starting index number this time, and I want to print only WE from the string 4. So here always we have to specify the ending index as +1. So if I want to just print the WE, so W is 0, E is 1, so L index is 2. Let's specify 2 here so that we can print only, or we can fetch only WE from the original string. If I run this program, we should be able to print the output as WE. If you see here, we are able to fetch the WE from the original string. Now let's see how to fetch the as is original string without specifying the starting and ending index, or a full string. If you are not specifying the starting and ending index, it will fetch the original string as is. If you run the program, it should print the output as welcome to testers talk. If you see here full string, it is printing the welcome to testers talk. This time what I will do is I will specify the negative index and then I will fetch the substring. So firstly we will pass the starting index as a negative. So what it does is it fetches the last specified characters. So it will fetch the only talk from the string 4. Let's add a text as negative starting index. Let's quickly run the program and we should be able to print the output as only talk. If you see here, so we are able to print the output as only talk. So if I just specify 2, it will print the output as only L and K. So if I run the program once again, so we are able to print the output as only LK. Similarly, we can pass the ending index as negative. Let's remove the starting -2 and I will specify the -4 for the ending index. So what it does is accept last characters, specified characters. So in our case, we are specifying 4. Except last 4 characters, it will print the rest of the string as a output. Let's quickly run this program. If you see here, so we are able to print the output as only welcome to testers. So if I pass -2, except last 2 characters, it will print the rest of the output starting from the W till the T and A. Let's run the program and we can check the output. If you see here the output, so we are able to print the proper output. In this video, I will discuss about the virtual environment. It is one of the very important topic in the Python projects. It can be development project or it can be testing project. So when exactly you need to create a virtual environment, that you need to understand. The very first point is you need to create a virtual environment immediately after creating the project folder and before installing the third-party libraries. So let's understand what is the importance of creating the virtual environment in Python project. The very first reason is Python libraries are project specific. For example, project 1 needs ABC library with version 1. But there is another project which requires ABC library with the version 2. So like this, you can separate the project specific libraries with the version by using the or by creating the virtual environment in a Python project. The second reason is you can prevent the version conflicts between the projects by creating the virtual environment in the Python project. Let's quickly create a virtual environment in our project by using the command called python 3 space -m venv space venv. If you are using Windows system, you can try with python space -m venv and venv. I'm using a Mac system, so I am using directly python 3 -m venv space venv. So that's it, it is done. If you see here, my command got executed successfully, and on the left side you will see the one folder got created, that is venv. You need to enable this particular virtual environment by using any of these commands. If you are using Mac OS or a Linux, you can use the source space venv/bin activate. If you are using PowerShell, you can use this particular command. If you are using Windows, you can use the last command. Let's activate the virtual environment in our project. And if you see here, right now my project folder name is displaying under the virtual environment. So once the commands are successful, you need to cross verify it. In your project folder, venv folder should be created, and also your project folder name should be displayed under the virtual environment. Let's quickly run the one of the program, and we should be able to run the Python program under the virtual environment. And if you see here, so our Python program got executed and we are able to print the output also. So this is how you can set up the virtual environments in Python project in the VS Code. In this video, I will discuss how to create the requirements.txt file. So this particular file contains the information about all the libraries and versions of the libraries. Usually this will be created after installing the project dependencies. What we will do is we will install one of the library called playwright pytest. Then we will create a requirements.txt file, and finally we will generate the requirements file with the libraries and libraries versions. Let's quickly install this library in our project. And if you see here, so we have installed the playwright pytest library. Now let's run the next command. So if you are using Windows, you can use the pip here instead of pip3, because I'm using a Mac system. So that's the reason I'm using the command called pip3 install -r requirements.txt file. In our project, this file is not present. It will throw the error. If you see here, there is no such file. You need to create this file manually. Let's create this file requirements.txt file under our project folder. So right now this is just a text file and it is empty. Once again we will run the same command pip3 install -r requirements.txt. So this time there is no error. Now let's run the next command. By using this command, you can freeze the requirements.txt file. Let's quickly run this command once again. pip3 freeze greater than symbol, then requirements.txt file. And if you see here, now our requirements.txt file contains all the libraries information plus respective library versions also, what we are using in this project. Welcome to chapter 2. In this video you will learn about control flow statements in the Python, such as if, elif, else statement, match statement, for loop and while loop with the practical examples. We will also cover break, continue and pass statements, which are very essential for Python interview preparation, automation and real-time programming. Let's master Python decision making and looping step by step. In this video, I will discuss about conditional statements in Python, that is if, elif and else conditions. These conditional statements are used to execute the different block of code based on the conditions. If you look at the syntax, so firstly we are using a if keyword and here we are writing the condition. If this condition returns true, this code block will be getting executed. If this condition returns false, it checks the next condition. If second condition is returning as the true, it runs this block of code. And if second condition is also returning as the false, then it runs the else code block. Let's look at the important rules while writing the if-else conditions in Python. If is mandatory, elif is optional, and you can write more than one elif conditions. In this case, we have written the second condition by using a elif. If you are having a third condition, you can write by using elif just below the second condition here. And else is optional. Always you have to use the indentation while writing the if condition code block. Let's say, for example, you have written this particular line. You need to press the tab and you need to start writing the code which belongs to the if condition. Let's look at the examples for the if-else conditions in Python. So firstly, here we will create a new folder called chapter 2. Under chapter 2, we are going to create a new Python file as 01 if-else.py. Let's consider the example of student marks. If marks are less than 35, we will print it as fail. If marks are greater than 35, we will print it as pass. Let's create a one marks integer variable and we will assign some random marks, and then we are writing a if condition here. Then by using a marks variable, I am checking is it less than 35. If marks are less than 35, then I will print it as fail. You need to specify colon at the end of the if condition. Then let's print by using a print function as fail. If marks are less than 35, so we are printing it as a fail. Else, if marks are greater than 35, we are going to print it as pass. So here I am writing the else condition By using this, I'm printing it as a pass. So it is very simple logic here. In the line number 3, we are checking marks are less than 35, then we are printing the fail by using a if condition. If this if condition is returning a false, then our else code block will be getting executed. Let's quickly run this Python program by using the command line. And if you see here, right now marks are 75. So the output is pass. If I pass it as 30, and if I run the same program, so this time we should be able to print the fail. If you see the output here, we are able to print the fail. Now let's look at the example 2 where we will write the multiple conditions by using the elif keyword. So here I'll say example 2, if, if and else. In this example, what we will do is we will consider the student marks. Based on the student marks, we will print the grade system. If the student marks are greater than or equal to 90, we will print the grade A. If marks are between the 75 to 89, we will print the grade as B. And if the marks are in between the 50 and 74, we will print the grade as C. And if marks are less than 50, we will print it as fail. Let's take the marks by using the if condition. If marks are greater than equal to 90, then we'll print the output as grade A. Then here I'm writing the second condition by using a elif. Once again I'm taking the marks. If it is greater than or equal to 75, then at the end you can specify the colon. Then we'll print the grade as B. And similarly, let's add the third condition as if the marks are greater than equal to 50, we will print the grade as C. Otherwise, we'll print the output as fail by using the else condition. If student is not belonging to the any of these grades, then our result will be fail. That means we are making the student as fail. So right now, so marks is 30, right? So here also we are printing it as a fail first time. And in the second example also, marks are less than the 50 definitely. So here also we are printing it as a fail. So it should print the 2 times fail if I run the Python program. And if you see here, so student is fail. Let's say if I pass 91. So it should print the output as grade A because marks are greater than or equal to 91. If you see here, student is pass and he has the grade of A. If I pass in between the 75 to 90, so I will pass this time 85. So this time if I run the same program, we should be able to print the output as pass and then grade B. And if you see the output here, it is pass and grade B. So this is how we can write the if else conditions in the Python programming. In this video, I will discuss about match statement in Python programming. Match statement is very much similar to the switch case in the other programming languages, and match statement is more powerful than the switch case, and also it is more flexible. So what exactly match statement does is it just compares the value against the multiple patterns, and it will execute the only matching pattern. If you see this syntax here, based on this particular variable value, it matches with the respective pattern. And say for example, if we got the in the variable pattern 2, only case pattern 2 code block will be getting executed. If this particular variable pattern is not matching in these cases or in the case list, it runs the default case. If you look at the example of match statement, in the match statement we are passing the day variable value. In this case, day contains the 3. Only case 3 will be executed. If you pass here 2, only case 2 will be getting executed. If you pass 5, in that case, there will be no matching case. Our default case will be executed. So let's look at what are the benefits by using a match statements in Python. By using a match statements, code will be more cleaner and also it is readable. A similar functionality can be achieved by using the if, elif and else condition also. But if you are using a match statement, it is much more readable and much more cleaner code. And it reduces the complex conditional logic. If you have like more than 10 conditions, by using a if or a elif condition, it looks like more complex one. If you are writing by using a match statement, it will be a simple one. And it supports for the pattern matching, where you can pass the variable values, types, and sequences, and also you can pass the dictionaries. In the real-time application, it improves the maintainability also. If there is a change in the particular pattern, you can go to the particular pattern and you can update the required code in that particular pattern only. No need to disturb to the other pattern code here. So that's the reason it improves the maintainability in the real world application. Now let's look at the examples for the match statement in Python. Here I'm creating a new file as 02 match.py. Here I'm declaring the one integer variable as day equal to 3, and then I'm writing the match statement. Here you can pass the variable or expression also. Then here you can write the cases. So let's write the case 1. Just I will print the Monday. Now similarly, let's add the case 2. Then we'll print the output as Tuesday if case is 2. And let's add the case 3. And if day is 3, then we will print the output as Wednesday. And so on. You can try to add the other values also. Now, if this particular variable value, if it is not matching with the any of these cases, you can add a default case which will be executed when there is a no match with the cases. So here you can say case space underscore colon. Then I'm writing the print function. I'm saying invalid day. So that's it. So right now day value is 3. It should print the output as Wednesday, right? Let's quickly run this program by using a terminal. And if you see at the output is Wednesday this time. Let's pass the day as a different one this time. I will pass it as 1 and it should print the output as Monday because 1 is matching with the case 1 value. Let's run the Python program, and if you see the output here, it's printing the Monday, which is expected output. This time I will pass the some different number. This time day value is not matching with the any of these cases, correct? Then default case will be executed and it should print the output as invalid day this time. Let's run the program once again, and if you see the output here, we are able to print the output as invalid day. So this is how you can implement the match statements in the Python programming. In this video, I will discuss about for loops in the Python programming. For loops are used to execute the block of code for a specified number of times or until some condition is true. So this is a syntax what we have: for keyword and variable name, then followed by that we have a in keyword, and here we can pass the sequence, and then we can write the code block here. If we look at the below example here, for is a keyword, I is a variable, in is a keyword, and here we are using a range function. This particular range function accepts 3 parameters. If you look at the below details, range is accepting 3 parameters. First one is a starting value, and this is the ending value, and the third parameter is a incrementer or decrementer. By default, third parameter will be incremented by 1. If you look at our example, so firstly I value will be 1, and then second time I value will be 2, because here we have not specified the third parameter. So if you specify the 2 here, so first time I value will be 1, and in the second iteration I value will be 3, because based on the third parameter value it starts incrementing the I value. Now let's look at the examples for the for loop in Python. Here I will quickly create a new Python file under chapter 2 as 03 for loop.py. Let's quickly write a very simple for loop here by using a for keyword. After that, let's add the variable name. You can give the any name here. Then you can specify the in keyword, and let's use the range function here. For this range function, firstly I will pass the only 2 parameters. One is a starting value, and then I'll pass the ending value as 5. After that, at the end you need to specify the colon. Then just I will print the I value by using a print function. Let me explain you how exactly this for loop works. So firstly, iteration 1 will be there. So that is our starting value. So I equal to 1. So which we have added it here in the range function. So this is a iteration 1. I value will be 1. So it executes the code block here, whatever we have written inside the for loop. Then By default, range function increments the I value by 1. So that will be iteration 2, I value will become 2 here. Then it runs the entire code. Again, I value will be incremented by 1. It becomes 3. Then it becomes 4. So this is the iteration 2. This is iteration 3. This is iteration 4. So whenever I value becomes 5 here, simply it comes out of this particular for loop. It checks I value is less than our ending value. So condition will be false. It comes out of this particular for loop. So if I run this Python program, it should print the I value as 1, 2, 3 and 4. Let's quickly run this program. If you see the output here, so it is printing the I value as 1, 2, 3 and 4, right? Now this time I will pass the third parameter, that is the custom incrementer value. So by default, this range function increments the I value by 1, but we wanted to increase it the I value by 2. The first iteration I value will be 1, and in the second iteration it adds the plus 2. So 1 plus 2 is 3, and in the iteration 3 it simply adds the 3 plus 2, that is 5. So whenever I value is 5, it checks the condition 5 is less than 5, no, right? Then it comes out of this for loop. If I run this program, it should print only 1 and 3. Let's run the program. And if you see the output here, so it is just printing the 1 and 3. So this is how you can write the very simple for loops in Python. Now let's see about nested for loops. Nested for loops are nothing but writing a for loop inside another for loop. Let's look at the example for the nested for loops in Python. So I will simply copy the same for loop once again here, and after line number 14 I am writing the another for loop, and I will give the variable name as j in keyword followed by range function. Then I will specify the starting value and ending value here. Then I will remove the custom incrementer from the line number 14, and then we will print the I value and j value. So let me explain you how exactly this for loop works. So whenever there is a iteration 1, so I value will be 1, and then it enters into the second for loop, which is the j for loop. Firstly, j value will be 1, and it executes the block of code from the second for loop, and j value will be incremented by 2. Then it runs the again code block, and it increments the value by 3, and so on till it is having the value of 5. So it checks 5 is less than 5, then condition is false, then it comes out of this for loop. So this is the first iteration. So similarly, in the second iteration, what it does, so I value will be 2, then So there will be a similar iteration will be executed for the second loop, which is j for loop, right? And so on until our I value is reaches the 5. Whenever I value is 5, so it exits the entire for loop. Let's quickly run this program. And if you see the output here, firstly, I value is 1 and second one is j value. If you see here, so it is running till the 4. So as per our example, and then, so this is our I value is 2. Then this is our j values. And next I value is 3. It is running the j for loop and so on. So this is how you can write the nested for loops in the Python. In this video, I will discuss about while loops in the Python. While loops are used to execute the block of code as long as some condition is true. Let's understand when you need to use the while loop. When you are not sure about the number of iterations and you want to run the block of code until some condition changes. The syntax is very simple. You need to use the while keyword, followed by that you need to specify the condition, and inside this you can write the code block. And a very important thing is, if you have forgotten to write a proper condition here, you will end up running the while loop infinitely. Now let's see the examples for the while loop in Python. Here I will quickly create a new Python file under chapter 2 as 04 while loop.py. Firstly, I will create a one integer variable, then I will assign the value as 1, and let's write a while condition or a while loop by using a while keyword, and here we have to write the condition. So here I'm using the count variable, then I'm checking the condition. Is it equal to 5? Then I'm printing the value of the count, and after that I'm just increasing the count variable value by using a plus equal to 1. That's it. So let me explain you what is exactly happening in this while condition. So let's say iteration 1 where count equal to 1. So simply it prints the 1 as the output. Then, so here we are incrementing the count value by 1. In the second iteration, count value becomes 2, or incrementing it in the line number 5 by 1. So count value will be 2. 2 is less than equal to 5. Yes, then it will run this part of the code, and it runs few iterations, iteration 3, and count value will be 3. Then iteration 4, count value will be 4. 4 is less than or equal to 5. Yes, then it will run the iteration 5. Then our count value will be 5. Then it checks 5 is less than or equal to 5. Yes, this time also it runs this code block, and then we have the iteration 6. our count value will be 6. So it checks 6 is less than or equal to 5. No, then it exits this particular while loop. In the iteration 6, it should exit the while loop. So that means it has to print the output as 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Let's quickly run this program. And if you see here the output, so we are able to print the output as 1 to 5. So this is the expected output. So this is how we can use the while loops in the Python. In this video, I will discuss about break statement in the Python. Break statement is one of the loop controlling statement that can change the normal flow of the executions in the loops. It can be for loop or a while loop. Break statement is used to terminate the loop immediately, or it is used to exit the for loop or a while loop immediately, even though loop condition is still true. If you look at this example, if this particular break statement is not there, it will print the I value from 1 to 9. Here we have added one if condition. Whenever I value is equal to 5, simply we are exiting from this entire for loop. Now let's look at the examples for the break statement in Python. Here I will quickly create a new Python file as 05 break statement .py, and inside this Python file I am writing a simple for loop for I and then in, followed by that I am using a range function, and I will specify the starting value as 1 and ending value as 10. Then simply I will print the I value. So this particular for loop will print the I value from 1 to 9. So let's quickly run this program. If you see the output here, so we are able to print the output from 1 to 9, right? Now let's add a simple if condition here before I print the I value. If I equal to 5, then simply we are exiting from this for loop by using the break statement. If I run this program, so previously it was printing the output from 1 to 9, but this time it will print the from 1 to 4, right? Because whenever I value is 5, simply we are coming out of this for loop. Let's quickly run this program. If you see here the output, so we are printing the starting value from 1 to 4 only, right? Simply we are coming out of this for loop. Let's add a simple print statement after coming out of the for loop. I'll just pass the message as I am out of the for loop. So if I run the program once again, if you see here, for loop is printing the value from 1 to 4, and then next it is executing the line number 7. So this is how we can use the break statement in Python. In this video, I will discuss about a continue statement in the Python. Continue statement is used to skip the current iteration from the for loop or a while loop, and also it moves to the next iteration in the for loop or a while loop. If you look at this below example, so this will print the I value from 1 to 9 if this particular if condition is not there. After adding if condition, whenever I value is 3, it will skip running the rest of the code in that particular iteration. Say for example, in the real time, whenever there is some condition, you want to skip running the couple of lines of code. In that situation, you can use the continue statement. The output of this example would be, it will start printing 1, 2, and it will never print the 3 value, and it will start printing 4, 5, 6, 7 and till 9. Now let's look at the examples for the continue statement in the Python. Here I will create a new Python file under chapter 2 as 06 continue statement .py. I will go to the break statement.py file. Simply I will copy this code and I will paste it in the continue statement py file. I will say just continue loop. So simply here I will replace the line number 5 break with the continue keyword. So what it does is, so it will print the output from 1 to 4 whenever I value is 5. So it will not run the line number 5. It will not print the 5 and it will again go to the next iteration. So it will print the 6, 7 and 8 and 9 also. So let's quickly run this program. And if you see the output here, so firstly 1 is printing, 2 is printing, 3 is printing, 4 is printing, but 5 is not printing here, right? So here we are using a continue statement. So it is skipping the execution of next lines whenever this condition is met. So simply it is coming out of this iteration and it is moving on to the next iteration, that is I value as 6, and it is printing the I value 6 here, then 7, 8 and 9. At last it is executing the line number 7 here. So this is how you can use the continue statement in the Python. In this video I will discuss about pass statement in the Python. Pass statement used as a null statement means it does nothing. The reason why you need to use a pass statement in the Python is it acts as a placeholder for your future code and it creates the empty code blocks and also to avoid the syntax error during the development. Now let's look at the examples for the pass statement in the Python. Here I will create a new Python file as 07 pass statement.py. I will go to the continue statement and simply I will copy this code. Then I will come back to our newly created Python file. And I will add the code here. So here I will add the comment as pass statement. Then in the line number 4, I will simply add the pass statement. So if I run this program, it should print the output from 1 to 9 without any issues. So let's quickly run this program. Here I will say Python 3 followed by the Python 5. If you see the output here, so we are able to print the numbers from 1 to 9 and also last print statement also getting executed. So this is how we can use the pass statement in the if condition. Now let's write one very simple function above. So I will discuss about functions in the next video in detail, no need to worry about it. So by using a def, I am creating one function. We will see how to use the pass in the function also. Here I am giving the function name as create banking transaction. So that's it. Now I don't know the implementation how to create the banking transaction. So that's the reason I will pass the statement as pass here. So right now I don't know the implementation. I will do the implementation later. In that case, you can use the something like this as a placeholder, and I will call this method inside the if condition here. So if I run the program, our program will work fine without any issues. It will print the output from 1 to 9 without any issues. If you see the output here, so it is printing from 1 to 9, and also it is running the or print function from the line number 10 also. So this is how we can use the pass statement within the if condition or within the functions also in the Python. One liner summary for the break statement, continue statement and pass statement is: break statement used to terminate the for loop immediately. Continue statement is used to skip the current iteration. Pass statement, it acts as a placeholder with no operation. Welcome to chapter 3. In this video, you will learn about Python functions, function with arguments and return statement. Also, you will learn about local and global variables and Lambda functions for automation and data processing. We will also cover try, except, else, and finally for proper exception handling in the Python. Let's write clean, reusable, and professional Python programs step by step. In this video, we will see about functions in Python. Function is nothing but a block of reusable code and that performs the specified task. Instead of writing the same code again and again, you can write the function and you can keep the reusable code inside the function, and it can be called whenever it is needed. Let's look at the benefits of creating a functions. Code reusability, you can write once and you can call it as many times as you want, and it is a clean and readable code whenever you are implementing your functions, and you can break the large program into the small logical blocks. Easy for maintenance, because whenever there is an issue you can go to the particular function and you can fix the issue. And modularity, each function does the unique job, and testing made easy. So whenever you are having a functions, and functions can be tested independently. The syntax is very simple. You can use the def keyword followed by function name, and you can put the open and close brackets and colon, and then you can start writing the reusable code here. Now let's look at the examples for the functions in the Python. We will start creating a new folder called chapter 3. Under chapter 3, we are creating a new file as 01 functions.py, and here I'm creating a new function called add two numbers. So firstly we have to write the def keyword followed by function name. I'm giving the function name as add two numbers. So open and close bracket, and here we have to put the colon, and inside this I'm writing the print function, and inside that I'm adding the two numbers. Here I will add the 10 plus 20. So it should print the output as 30. You can call this very simple function by using the function name. So here I will use the function name as add two numbers. I will quickly run this program. And if you see the output here, so we are able to print the output as 30. You can call the same functions multiple times by using the function name. So here I'm calling same function another two times. and we should be able to print the output as 3 times 30. Let's run the program, and if you see here, the output is 33 times. So this is how you can create a very basic functions in the Python. So far you have seen how to create functions and how to call the functions. In this video I will discuss about how to pass the parameters or arguments to the function, and also how to return the value from the function. Passing the arguments or parameter is very simple. In the brackets you can pass the parameters like this: parameter 1, parameter 2, and so on. And after performing the some operations inside the function, you can return the value by using the return keyword. Let's look at the examples for the how to pass the arguments to the function and how to return the value from the function. Here I'm creating a new Python file as 02 functions args.py. Here I will go to the functions. I will copy the code from functions Python file. Then I will come back to the functions args Python file and I'll paste it here. Here I'll say function with arguments and return statement. What I will do here is, previously we were hard coding the two numbers. So this time we will pass these values from the whenever we are calling to the add two numbers functions. Let's accept the arguments as number 1. You can give the any variable name here, number 1 and number 2. Whenever I am calling this method, so I will have to pass the number 1 and number 2. I will take these numbers, then I will add it here. So previously we were hard coding the values. This time we are passing the numbers while calling to the function. If you run this particular program, it will throw the error because you are not passing the parameters while calling to this method, because it is accepting two numbers, right? Let's pass the numbers here in the line number 5 while calling to the method. So I will pass the number 1 as 10, number 2 as 20, and in the line number 6 also I will pass the value as 10, 30. I'm passing the 10 and 40. So let's quickly run this program. It should print the proper output. If you see the output here, line number 5 is printing the output as 30. 10 plus 20, it is 30, which is expected. And second output is 40. 10 plus 30 is 40, which is expected. And in the last line number 7, we are adding a 10 and 40, right? It is 50. So this is the expected output. So this is how you can parameterize, or this is how you can create a function with accepting the parameters. Now let's see how to use the return statement in the Python. Previously we were just printing the addition of two numbers in the function itself. This time I will return the value by using the return statement after adding two numbers. Wherever we are calling this function, so it is returning the value. So that's the reason we have to save that into the one variable. Here I'm assigning to the one variable after getting the addition of two numbers. I will give the variable name as first addition. Then by using a print function, I will print the value of the first addition. So similarly, I will do it for the line number 7 and 8. Let's update the variable name as second edition. This is the third time edition. Similarly, let's print the output of second edition by using a print function, and then we will print the output of third edition. That's it. So this is how we can return the any value from the function after performing the sum operation within the given function, and by using the return statement you can return the any type of value. So in this case just we are returning the integer value. You can return the string value or any object also. Let's quickly run this program, and if you see the output here, so there is no change in the output. So firstly it is printing the 30, 40 and 50. This is how you can use the arguments with the function, and this is how you can return the value from the function. In this video I will discuss about global variables in the Python. Let's see what are global variables. Global variables are nothing but variables that are declared outside of all the functions and that can be accessed anywhere in the program. The syntax is very simple. Here you can create a variable, and this variable can be accessed inside the function and outside the function also. If you look at the below example, firstly we are creating a integer variable x, and that is being accessed in the inside the show function here, and also after the show function we are able to access the x variable. Global variables are accessible inside the function and as well as outside the function. Now let's see the examples for the global variables in the Python. Here I will create a new Python file as globalvariables.py, and I'm creating an integer variable called number1, and then I'm assigning the value as 10. And here I'm creating a one function called show, and inside the show function I will just access the number1 and I will add the sum value to the number1. Here I will say print I will get the value of number1, then I will add the sum value to the 10. Let's say 10 here. So this will add the number1 plus 10. So output will be 20. This is how you can access the number1 global variable inside the function, and also you can access the global variables outside the function also. Here I will say number1 plus 20. So this will print me the output as 30 because number1 is 10 plus 20, it is 30. So let's call the show function here. The output should be line number 4 will print the output as 20 when we call the show method, and line number 7 will print the output as 30. Let's quickly run the program. And if you see the output here, firstly we are printing the 20, so that is coming from the line number 4, and then it is printing 30 which is coming from the line number 7. This is how you can use the global variables in the Python. Similarly, you can try creating the string variables, boolean variables or any objects also. In this video I will discuss about local variables in the Python. Local variables are nothing but variables that are declared inside the function, and these variables are accessible only within that function itself. This is the syntax what we have. Here is a function, and inside the function you can create the local variables. If you look at the below example, there is an add function created, and A contains the integer variable and B contains the integer variable, and just we are adding the two values here. And if I try to access the A outside the function here, it is not accessible. You will get the error. Note that local variables are accessible within the function only. Now let's see the examples for the local variables in the Python. Here I'm creating a new Python file as 04 local variables.py, and inside the new Python file I'm creating a new function called def show, and inside the function let's create a one string variable as text, and then I will assign the one message called welcome to testers talk channel. I will just print this text variable value by using the print function inside the show function itself. This variable can be accessed within the show function. You cannot access this text local variable outside the function. Let's call this function before I access the text variable outside the function. Let's try to access the text here in the line number 7. You should get the error. Let me save the file, and if you see here, there is a problems tab. If I click on that, text is not defined. If it is declared in the top, you can access it, but text is declared inside the show function. So that's the reason it is accessible within the show function itself. So let me comment the line number 7 as of now. Then we will run the program. If you see the output here, we are able to access the variable value, right, by using the print function inside the show function. Let's say if I try to access the text variable outside the show function, you should get the error. Let's run the same program, and if you see here, name text is not defined. Did you mean next? It is unable to understand where exactly text variable is declared. So this is how you can use the local variables in the Python. In this video, I will discuss about Lambda functions in the Python. Lambda functions are nothing but functions. By using the Lambda keyword, you can create a Lambda functions. We can write a less code when we compare to the function implementation. Syntax is very simple. You can use the Lambda keyword followed by, you can pass the arguments, and then you can write the expression. Let's look at the examples for the Lambda functions in the Python. Here I'm creating a new Python file as 05 lambda functions.py. I will discuss the two examples. The very first example is we will find out the square root of a given number, and in the second example we will add the numbers by using the lambda function. Here I'm using the lambda keyword, followed by that I'm specifying the argument as x then colon. So as per the syntax only I'm writing the lambda function. Now here we have to specify the expression. I want to find out the square root of a given number. Then I will write the x into x. So after performing this operation, I need to assign to the one variable. Let's say square. Now how do I invoke this lambda function? It is very simple. You can use this square variable, and then it is accepting the one argument value as x. Let's pass the x value, and also will print the output by using the print function. I will access the square variable, and we have to pass the x argument value also. Let's find out the 5 square root. So 5 square root is 25. If I run the program, it should print me the output as 25. And if you see the output here, we are able to find out the square root of a given number. If I pass the 10, the output should be 100. If you see the output here, we are able to print the expected output. Let's add two numbers by using the lambda function. Here I will use once again lambda keyword, followed by that I am declaring the variable as number1 and number2. So these are the arguments. Then here we have to write the expression number1 plus number2. We want to add the two numbers. After performing this operation, then we will assign back to the one variable called add two numbers. Let's invoke this lambda function by using the add two numbers variable, and also will print the output by using the print function. We have to pass the number1 and number2. Let's pass the number1 as 10 and number2 as 20. If I run this program, it should print me the output as 10 plus 20 is 30. So we should be able to see the output as 30. Here I'm running the program, and if you see here, we are able to print the output of addition of two numbers, which is 30. This is how we can use the very basic lambda functions in the Python programming. In this video, I will discuss about exception handling in the Python. Exception handling allows you to handle the runtime errors gracefully without crashing the program. You can handle the exceptions in the Python by using the try, except, else, and finally block. Try block, you can write the code. If any exception is occurred in the try block, it catches by using the except block. And if there are no exceptions occurred in the try block, else block will be executed, and finally will be always executed irrespective of the exception occurred in the try block or not. If you see here, except code block will be executed when exceptions are occurred, else code block will be executed only when there are no exceptions are occurred. Finally will be always get executed irrespective of the exception occurred or not. In the real time, finally block will be used for cleaning up activities. Now let's look at the examples for the exception handling in the Python. Here I will start creating the new Python file as 06 exceptionhandling.py. We will take the very basic example where we will try to divide some integer number by 0. In that case, we will get the exception as 0 division error. Here I am writing the try, followed by that. Here I am trying to divide some integer number by 0. This will throw me the error as 0 division error. So this can be catched by using the exception code block, and here you need to specify what is the exception you want to catch it from the try block whenever it is occurred. So as I said, line number 3 will throw me the error as 0 division error. Let us specify the 0 division error. Then I will just print the message as number cannot be divided by 0. Then let's write the finally block here. The finally block, I will just print the message as closing all the connection. If you look at the try block in the line number 3, it will throw the 0 division error, and this exception code block will be executed, and finally code block will be always executed irrespective of the error occurred in this try block or not. Let's quickly run this program. It should print me the output as number cannot be divided by 0. And if you see here, so firstly it is printing the number cannot be divided by 0. That means there was a error in the try block and it is catched by the exception block, and then finally code block is getting executed. We are able to print the closing all the connections. This time there are no exceptions in the try block, then it won't execute the any exception block. Just I will print the message as running try block. If I run the program, it will execute the just try block smoothly, and then finally it will run the finally code block. Let's run the program, and if you see the output here, so firstly it is printing running try block, and after that it is executing the finally code block. And also you can add the multiple exception code blocks. Here I will try to write another line of code which will throw the value array type. Here I am trying to convert the string to the integer type. Here I will pass the string as ABCD. So ABCD is not a integer type. Then it will throw the error as value array type. So similar to the zero division error, you can add the another exception as value error. Here I'll say value error, and you can print the output as invalid number. So whenever you find a situation or whenever you think that try block may throw more than one exception type, in that case you can write the multiple exception code blocks like this. So this time if I run the program, so firstly it will print the running try block, and in the line number 5 it will throw the value error type, then it will print the invalid number, and then it will execute the finally code block. Let's run the Python program, and if you see the output here, so firstly it is printing the running try block, and after that it went to the value error exception code block, it is printing invalid number, then finally it is running the finally code block. You can optimize writing the multiple exception code block into the one. Let's merge this value error into the one exception code block. I will comment this exception code block, and here I will write the open and close brackets, and inside this you can add a multiple exception type, and then after that I will say as E. So by using this E reference I can print the exception details. Let's add the text as error details, followed by that we will print the exception information by using the E reference variable. If I run the program, so previously it was throwing the value error type, and it should basically display the value error information in the output. Let's run the program, and if you see here, so firstly it is running the try block. In the line number 5 it is throwing the value error type, and here you can see that invalid literal for int with the base 10, because we are trying to convert the string into the integer, but that is not a integer number. Then finally it is running the finally code block. So this is how you can optimize the writing exception code blocks. So far you have seen how to handle the runtime exceptions by using the try, except and finally code block. Now let's see how to use the else code block. This else code block will be executed when there are no exceptions in the try code block. So let's add the else code block here. I will just print the message as there are no exceptions in the try block. So I will make sure that try block is not throwing the any exception, so it runs smoothly. So firstly, what it does is it will simply print the running try block. As there is no exception occurred in the try block, it will never go to the except code block. Then it runs the else code block, and finally it runs the finally code block. Let's run the program. And if you see the output here, so firstly it is printing the running try block, then it is executing the else code block, it is printing there are no exceptions in the try block, and finally it is running the finally code block. So this is how you can use the try, except, else and finally code blocks in the Python for exception handling. Welcome to chapter 4. In this video you will learn about data structures such as lists, tuples, sets and dictionaries with the CRUD operation and commonly used methods. Also we will understand the difference between list, tuple, sets and dictionary. These concepts are very important for your real-time problem solving and Python interview preparation. Let's master Python data structures step by step. In this video, I will discuss about lists in the Python. We will see how to create a list, how to read a list, how to update the list, and also we will see how to delete the list items in the Python. Lists are nothing but it contains the collection of items and it stores the elements in the ordered format, and list items are mutable. That means you can update the list values. And list allows you to store the duplicate values, and also list can store the different data type values. If you look at the example here, so it is capable of storing the integer value, string value, floating point value and boolean value, and also you can save the objects also. This is a very simple syntax for the lists in the Python. Here you can specify the list name, and inside the square brackets you can add the list of items. It can be mixed of integers, strings and objects, or you can create a list with the just list of integer values or just list of string values also. Now let's see the examples for the lists in the Python. Here I will create a new folder called chapter 4. Under chapter 4 I'm creating a new Python file called 01 lists.py. I am creating 3 lists. In the first list I will add only integer numbers. In the second list I will add only string values. In the third list we will add the mix up of integers, strings, floating point value and boolean value. Let's create a very first list called numbers. In the square bracket you can add the some random numbers inside the list. Then similarly let's create the string list. I will give the list name as colors, and inside this I will specify the few color names. First one is white, then red, Let's add another color called blue. Let's create a third list called mixed. In this list, I will add the integers, then some string, and after that I will add the some floating point number. Then finally I will specify the Boolean value. So far you have seen how to create the lists in the Python. Now I will show you how to access the list elements by using the index. Here I'm just printing the text before we access the element from the list. Direct access approach 1 colon. After that I will simply specify the numbers, that is the list name, and inside the square bracket I will specify the index number. Say for example I wanted to access the 20 value from the numbers list. So always index starts from the 0. In this case I need to specify the 1. Let's specify the 1 here. If I run this program, it should print me the output as 20. Let's run this program. And if you see here, we are able to fetch the 20 value from the numbers. If I specify 2, it will fetch the 30 value from the list. Let's specify the 2. Let's run the same program. If you see here, so we are able to access the 30 value. Similarly, you can try for the colors list and mixed list also. So this is a one way. The another way is by specifying the negative index number also you can access the elements from the last. In this list, numbers list, if you specify 1 here, that is -1, so this will fetch the last element, that is 50. If I specify -2, it will fetch the last second value and so onwards. You can specify the negative index number and you can fetch the value. So this will print me the output as 50. Let's run the program and we will cross check the output. If you see here, direct access approach 2, so it is printing the value as 50, which is expected output. Now let's access all the elements from the list without specifying the index number. There are two approaches. Very first approach is by using the for in loop, you can access all the elements from the list. And a second approach is by using the index, you can access all the elements from the given list. So let's look at the very first approach. By using the for in loop, you can access all the colors. Here I'll say firstly for, followed by that you can specify the variable name and then in keyword, and here you need to specify the list name. Let's access all the colors by using the colors list name. Then I will print the each color name by using the print function, and inside the print I will get the value of the item. If I run this program, it should print me the output as white followed by that red and blue. Let's quickly run the program. And if you see the output here, so firstly white is printing, then red is printing and blue is printing. So this is a very simple approach. Similarly, I can access the list values by using the index approach. Here I'll say for, followed by that I will specify the variable name and then I will add the range function. Inside the range, you need to pass the length of the list by using the length function. And inside the length function, let's specify the numbers this time. And here I will add the text as using index. Followed by that, I will use the numbers, and after that I will specify the I. So this will get the each index number. So if I run the program, first for loop will print me the all the colors, and second for loop will print me the all the numbers by using the index approach. Let's quickly run the program, and if you see here the output. So firstly we are able to fetch all the colors by using the for loop, and by using the for loop with the indexing approach, we are fetching all the numbers from the numbers list. So far you have seen how to create a list and how to access all the values from the list. Now let's see how to add the elements to the existing list and how to update the values in the list. By using the append method, you can add the values into the list. So already we have the integer value in the numbers from 10 to 50. Let's add the 60, and similarly I will add the another number as 70. If I run the program, it should print me the output as from 10 to 70, right? In the line number 49, 15, we are accessing all the numbers from the list. Let's quickly run the program. And if you see the output here, so we are able to fetch all the values from the numbers list starting from 10 to 70. So list is containing the total 7 elements, right? This is how you can add the elements into the list. And also you can update the value by using the index number. Say for example, I want to replace 10 with the 1000 by using the numbers, and I will specify the index here. So 10 is present in the 0th index. Let's specify the index as 0. Then I will assign the value as 1000. So this time in the first place, that means in the index number 0, it should print me the output as 1000. If I run the program, and if you see the output here, the very first value is 1000, and 10 is removed, right? So here we are updating the list value, correct? So this is the expected output. And also you can remove the elements from the list by using the remove method. Let's remove the 40 value from the numbers list by using the remove method, and inside the remove you can specify the value. In our case we want to remove the 40 value. That's the reason I'm adding the 40 here. If I run the program, it should not print me the output as 40. Excluding 40, it should print all the values from the numbers list. And if you see the output here, so 40 is not printing here, right? You can also check the given element is present or not in the list by using the in keyword. Here I will check whether 20 number is present in the numbers or not. By using the print function, I will print the text as is number present, and followed by that I will specify the 20 value here, then in keyword, and then we have to specify the list name. If 20 value is present in the numbers, it prints the output as true. If it is not present, it prints the output as false. In this case, it should print the output as true because 20 is present in the numbers list. If I run the program, and if you see the output here, is number present is true. This time I will pass the different number which is not there in the numbers list, 200. 200 is not present in the given list. This time it should print the output as false. If you see the output here, so it is printing the output as false, which is expected. In this video, I will discuss about tuples in Python. Tuples is nothing but it contains collection of items, and all the elements in the tuples are stored in the ordered format. Tuples are immutable. That means you cannot change the values in the tuples. It allows to store the duplicate values, and you can store the multiple data type values, and mainly it supports for the packing and unpacking feature. Syntax is very much similar to the list, and there is a small difference in the brackets. In the list you are using the square brackets, but you are using a different brackets in the while creating a tuples. And if you look at the example, and you can specify the tuple name, and here you can add the integer value, string value, boolean value, and also you can add the any new objects also. Now let's see the examples for the tuples in the Python. Here I'm creating a new Python file as 02 tuples.py. Let's create a new collection called mixed, which is of type tuple. In the brackets, I will add the first integer number, then I will add a string as some color name, and after that I will add the some floating point number, then I will add the some duplicate value. Once again I will add the 10 here, then I will add the some boolean value as true. You can access the tuple elements by using the index. How you are accessing the list element? In the similar way we can access the tuples element also. Let's access the 10 value by using the index. So firstly I will specify the 0 so that I can access the very first element, and by using the negative index also you can access the tuples element. Here -1 is present. This will fetch the last value from the given collection. If I run the program, this should print the first output as 10 and then second output as true. Let's quickly run this program. And if you see the output here, so firstly it is printing 10 and second output is true, which is expected output. And let's access the all the elements from the tuples by using the for each loop. For, then I will specify the variable name as item, then in keyword. Here we have to specify the collection name as mixed colon. We will print all the values from the given tuple by using the print function. Inside the print function I'm passing the item variable. If I run the program, so it will print each and every element from the given tuple. And if you see the output here, so it is printing 10, green, floating point number, and so onwards, right? So we are able to access all the elements from the given tuples. So far you have seen how to create the tuples and how to access the all the elements from the tuple. Now let's see couple of methods from the tuples. The very first one is count. So what it does is it counts how many times given element is present in the tuple. Let's say in this mixed tuple 10 is present 2 times, right? By using the count method you can get to know how many times any given element is present, and inside the count let's pass the 10. And similarly we have the another method called index. So this will tell in which position given element is present in the given collection. Let's identify where exactly green is present in the tuples. Let's specify green here, right? Line number 10 will print the output as 2 because 10 is present in 2 places, and line number 11 will print the output as 1 because green is present in the first index. Let's run the program, and if you see the output here, count is 2 which is expected and index is 1 which is expected output. Now let's see the examples for the packing and unpacking in the tuples. Here I'm creating a new tuple called person, and I'm passing the 3 values. First one is name as John, then I will pass the age as 30, then let's pass the role as QA. This is called a packed information. Let's unpack it by assigning to the all the information into the 3 different variables. First one is name, then age, then we have the role, and here I will assign the person to the all the 3 variables. Now I can access the name, which is John, by using the name variable. I can access the age by using the age variable. I can access the role by using the role variable. Let's print the respective person information by using the print function. Here I'll say firstly name, then I will print the age, then let's print the role. If I run the program, it should print the output as name as John, age as 30, role as QA. And if you see the output here, we are able to access the person details by unpacking the given object. In this video, I will discuss about sets in the Python. In the sets collection, you can store only unique elements, and sets are unordered, meaning that it does not maintain the insertion order, and sets are immutable, means that you cannot update the sets values, but alternatively you can remove the value and you can add the value. Set does not allow you to store the duplicate elements, and the sets can be created by using the open and close curly braces. If you look at the syntax here, firstly you can give the set name, and after that in the curly braces you can add the elements. If you look at the example here, inside the curly braces you can add the different data type values also. Now let's see the examples for the sets in the Python. Here I'm creating new Python file under chapter 4 as 03 sets.py. Then I'm creating a set called colors, and then in the curly braces I'm adding the color names. First color as white, Then I will add blue color. Let's add third color as green. Let's print the set values by using the print function. And inside the print, I will say colors. Let's quickly run this program. We will make sure that we are able to print all the colors. If you see the output here, we are able to print all the color names. Let's add a duplicate value here. I will add once again white color. And if I run the program, white color will be not printed in the output because it is a set. In the set, you can store only unique elements. If you see the output here, only white is displayed only one time. Then we have blue color and then we have a green color, right? And also you can add the values in the sets by using the add method. Here I will use the colors. Then I will call to the method called add. By using the add method, you can add the values into the set. Let's add purple color and then we will print the once again colors set. If I run the program, it should print me the total 4 colors. So previously we had 3 plus 1. If I run the program and if you see the output here, so it is printing purple, white, blue and green. And also you can delete the elements from the sets by using the remove method. Let's delete the one of the color from the colors set by using the remove method. And here we have to specify the value. Let's delete the blue color. Then we will print the again colors. So let's add a text here. Before deleting set values. And similarly, I will add the another print statement after removing the elements from the set. Here I'll say after deleting set values. If I run the program, it should print me the output as only 3 colors from the line number 9. If you see the output here, after deleting the set values, so it is containing only 3 colors. Blue color is not present. And similarly, we have the discard method. By using the discard method also you can delete the colors from the set. So this time I will delete the purple color. So I will tell you what is the difference between remove and discard after running this program. So if I run the program, so this time it should print only 2 colors. If you see the output here, after deleting the set values, we have only white and green. The difference between the remove and discard is, in the remove, if you specify the valid value, it will work fine. If you specify invalid value, for example, here I will give some other text here which is not there in the our set, right? So this will throw the error. But in case of discard, if you specify invalid element, so it will not throw the any error. So this time in the remove method, I have specified the invalid element. So it will throw the error. Let's execute the program. And if you see here, so we are getting the key error, right? So which is expected. This time, so let me add the blue once again here. And this time I am adding the invalid element inside the discard element. I will specify some ABC. If I run the program, it will not throw any error. If element is there, ABC element is there in the colors, it will delete it. If it is not there, it will not throw any error. Let's run the program. And if you see here, this time our program is working fine. And after deleting the set values, so we have 3 colors because just we are removing the blue color in the line number 8. So this is the expected output. This is the first approach how you can create the set collection in the Python. Now we will see the second approach. By creating a set object, you can create the set collections in the Python. No need to worry about the objects. In the chapter 5, I will discuss about classes and objects. This is how you can create a object of any class. Let's assign to the one variable called empty set. In this empty set, you can add the values by using the add method. Let's pass the 10, and similarly you can add multiple elements into this set, and also you can remove the values from the set by using the remove method. Let's remove the 10, or I'll set 10, and I will add third value into the set as 30. In the set we have total 3 values, and we are removing the one value, that is 10. You can print the set values by using the for in loop also. For followed by that, you can specify the variable name, and then you can specify the collection after in keyword, and let's print the I here. That's it. If I run this program, so this will print the all the set values, that is 20 and 30, because 10 we are removing in the line number 17. Let's run the program, and if you see the output here, so it is printing just 20 and 30, correct? In this video, I will discuss about dictionaries in the Python. Dictionaries stores the data in the form of key and value pairs. Dictionaries are mutable in the sense you can update the dictionaries values. And keys are unique and immutable. You cannot update the key names in the dictionary. And the syntax is very simple. You can give the dictionary name, and by using the equal to symbol, in the curly braces you can add the key name, colon, and value. Like this, you can add multiple keys and respective values. If you look at the example of employee, firstly we are adding a name, colon, we are adding a name as John, we are adding second key as age and respective value, and so on. Now let's see the examples for the dictionaries in the Python. Here I'm creating a new Python file under chapter 4 as 04 dictionary.py. Let's create a dictionary called employee, and inside the employee I'm creating 3 keys and respective values. First one is name. Let's add a name as John. Then second key is age. Let's specify some random number. So after each key and value you need to specify the comma, that you need to remember it. I will add the third key as salary. Then I will add the salary as some random number. I'm done with creating the employee dictionary. Let's access the values from the dictionary by using the key name. Here I'll say dictionary value colon, and I will take the dictionary name. Then I will call to the method called get, and inside the get I will have to specify the key name. Let's specify the name so that I can fetch the John value. If I run the program, it should print the output as John. If you see the output here, we are able to fetch the John from the given dictionary. Second way is you can use the square bracket, and inside the square bracket you can specify the key name. Here I will add the open and close square brackets. Then I will specify the key name as age. In the first line we are printing the name, and in the second line we are printing the age. The output should be John and 30. Let's run the program. If you see the output here, first output is John, then we have the 30. This is how you can access the individual keys respective value. Now we will access all the keys and respective values without hard coding the key name by using the for in loop. Here I'll say for followed by that key and value as the two variables, because whenever we fetch the details in the for in loop we will get the two details, one is key and value. So that's the reason I am writing here key and value followed by that in keyword. Here we have to specify the dictionary name. Then we have to call to the one method called items. By using the key and value we can print the all the keys and values from the employee dictionary. Here I'll say print. Let's print the formatted output by using a F, and in the double quotation I will print the text as key colon, and let's get the key value. In the curly braces you can specify the key name and value colon. In the curly braces let's specify the value. That's it. If I run the program, line number 11 and 12 for loop should print all the keys and respective values in the output. If you see here the output, key name is name and value is John. Second key name is age, and here is the respective value, and so on. So far you have seen how to create dictionary and how to access all the keys and respective values. Now we will see how to update the existing key value and how to add the new key and new value. Let's update the age here. Firstly you need to use the dictionary, followed by that in the square brackets you need to specify the key name in the double quotes. Let's update the age as 40, and I'm adding the another new key and new value here as role. Let's assign the role as QA. In the output we should be able to see the age as 40 updated value, and also we should be able to see the new key as role and respective value as QA. Let's quickly run this program, and if you see the output here, age is 40 and here we have the new key as role and respective value as QA. Now let's see some of the dictionary methods. The very first one is keys, how to get only keys from the given dictionary. Here I'll say keys colon, followed by that I will use the employee dictionary dot, I will call to the method called keys. So this will returns me the only key names from the given dictionary. Similarly, you can get only values by calling to the values method. Let's specify the text as values, and also you can get the both keys and values by using the items method. Here I will specify the keys and values. If I run the program, line number 17 will print only keys, line number 18 will print only values from the given dictionary, and line number 19 will print all the keys and respective values. Let's quickly run the program, and if you see the output here, so here is the keys, all the keys. We have total 4 keys, then we have values, 4 values are there, and after that we have the keys and respective values. Welcome to chapter 5. In this video you will learn about classes, objects, the init constructor, self keyword, inheritance, polymorphism, encapsulation and abstraction with the practical examples. Mastering OOPS concept is essential for large-scale application, automation framework and Python interview preparation. Let's simplify Python OOPS concept step by step for scalable and maintainable code. In this session, I will discuss about OOPS concept. Why do we need OOPS concept in the Python programming or in any of the programming languages? OOPS is nothing but a object-oriented programming language, and we use OOPS concept for creating a reusable code, maintainable software. By using the OOPS concept, you can organize the code properly, and you can improve the security, and you can scale the application, and also it helps in for better debugging in a large and complex application, and everything works around the objects that will have the attributes, that is nothing but a variables and a data, and methods, that is nothing but a behavior of any object. We will look at the very important OOPS concepts, that is class, objects, encapsulation, inheritance, abstraction and polymorphism in the next video. In this video, I will discuss about classes and objects. Class is one of the OOPS concept, and a class is a blueprint or a template for creating the objects. Class contains attributes, that is nothing but variables, and methods. Methods means behavior. The syntax is very simple one. You can use the class keyword, followed by that you can specify the class name, and inside the class you can create the attributes, that is nothing but variables. Then you can create a methods, that is nothing but a behavior. Now let's see what is an object. Object is an instance of a class. If there is a class, then only you can create a object of the class. Syntax for the object creation is, you can specify the object name equal to, then you can specify the class name. You can, at the end you can specify open and close parentheses. By using the classes and objects, you can structure the code. Now let's see the examples for the classes and objects in the Python. Firstly, let's create a new chapter called chapter 5. Under chapter 5, I'm creating a new Python file as class objects01.py. And in this Python file, I'm creating a class called car, And inside the car, I'm creating three variables. First one is car model. Let's add the value as some A123. Then I will specify the color as red. And a third variable is price. Let's assign some random number here. This is how you can create the variables inside the class. Now let's create one method by using a def keyword. Followed by that, let's give the function name as start car. And this will accept one parameter called self. So if you are creating a method inside the class, you need to always accept the first parameter as self. For now, no need to worry about this keyword. I will discuss about self in the next video. And inside this method, I will just print the text as car is running. This is how you can create the class, and you can create the variables, and also you can create the methods inside the class. Now let's create a object of the car class. Firstly, let's create a object name as object1 equal to, then here we have to specify the class name, and then open and close parenthesis we have to add it. By using this object1, I can call to the start car method, or I can access all these variable values also. Let's access all the variable values by using the object1. I will use the print function. Firstly, I will say model colon. Then I will use the object1 dot model. And similarly, let's print the car color and car price also. Second one is color, and I will here pass the color variable name. Then third one is price, and I will pass the price variable here. That's it. So far you have seen how to create the object and how to get the variable values. In the similar way, by using the object1, you can call to the respective methods from the car. For now we have only one method. You can create a number of methods and you can call them by using the class object. Here I am calling to the start car method. That's it. If I run this program, line number 10, 11 and 12 should print all the respective variable values, and also from the line number 14 it should call to the start car and it should print the car is running as a text in the output. Let's quickly run this program, and if you see the output here, so firstly car model is printing, then there is a color, there is a price, and also car is running text, right? So we are able to fetch the all the variable values, and also we are able to invoke the start car method also from the class. And also you can create a n number of objects for the any given class. Let's create a object 2, and also we will access all the variable values and we will call to the respective methods by using the object 2. Let's pass the object 2 here. Just I will add the one print statement here just to separate the output. If I run the program, so first time it will access all the variable values and it will invoke the start car by using the object 1, and similarly by using the object 2 also it will access all the variable values, and also it will invoke the start car method also. If you see the output here, so firstly it is running by using the object 1, and it is accessing all the variable values and it is invoking the respective method. And second time it is using the object 2, and it is invoking all the variables plus methods from the given class. So far you have seen how to create a class and how to create a class object and how to access all the members from the class in the same Python file. Now we will see how to access the all these variables and how do we invoke this particular method from the different Python file. Here I'm creating new Python file called class objects 02.py. So firstly we have to import this particular file by using the from. Then I will have to specify the file name, which is class objects 1, and then here you need to enter the import, and then here you have to specify the class name. In our case class name is car. Let's add a car here. Now you can access all the variables and methods from this particular car class just by creating a object of the car class. So just I'll copy and paste this object creation part, and also here we are accessing all the variables and we are invoking the start car, which is present in the class objects 1 Python file. If I run this program, it should access all the respective variable values and it should invoke the start car method also. And if you see the output here, we are able to access all the variable values and also start car is invoking. In this video, I will discuss about init in the Python. Init is a constructor and init is declared inside the class only. Init code block will be executed automatically whenever you create a object of the class. Let's understand why you need init in the Python. Init is used to initialize the object variables. If you look at the syntax here we are initializing the variable values, parameter 1 and parameter 2. Firstly, you need to write def underscore init keyword, then underscore again. In the parenthesis, you need to specify the self and parameters. These parameter values you need to initialize within the init code block. In this video, I will discuss about self parameter in the Python. Let's understand what is self and why self parameter is required in the Python. Self represents the current object and self used to access the instance variables and methods. Self parameter should be the first parameter in the methods or a constructors. Let's understand why self is required. If you are not using a self, Python wouldn't know that which object's data to use it. If you see the syntax, the first one is for method, second one is for constructor. Here you need to specify the first parameter as a self for the while creating method and while creating the constructor also. Now let's see the examples for the init and self in the Python. Here I'm creating a new Python file as 03 init self.py. Once again, we will consider the example of car. I'm creating a class called car, and inside the car, I'm creating a one constructor, and inside the constructor, we will initialize all the car details. It can be model number, car color, and car price also. Here I'm using a init constructor, And if you see here, automatically we got the self. And also let's accept the three parameters. First one is car model number, then car color, price. We will initialize all these variable values within the constructor by using the self. Here I will use the self dot, I will say model as a local variable. Then I will assign this model variable value to the internal variable model. Similarly, I will do it for the color and price. If you see here, so this is a simple constructor and it is accepting three parameters. Whenever we are creating a object of the car, we have to pass all the three details: car model number, car color, and car price. And I am creating another method called show car details. So that will print all the car details. Here I'll say show car details. And for this also, I will pass the first parameter as self. By using the self, I can get all the initialized variable values. Let's print car details by using the print function. And inside the print, I will pass the f so that we can print the formatted output. Firstly, we will print the model colon. In the curly braces, we have to specify the model. You can use the self dot model to get the model number. And similarly, let's get the color, self dot color, and I will next pass the price. We are done with creating the one simple constructor which will initialize all the variable values, and also we have created a one simple method that will print all the car details. Now let's create a object of the car. I will specify the object name as object1. Then here I will create a car object. And whenever you are creating a car object, you need to pass all the details. If you are not passing all the details, it will throw the error for you. Let's pass the model number. Here I'll say some random number. Then I will pass the car color as white. Let's pass the car price also. By using the object 1, let's call to the show car details. Here I'll say show car details. That's it. We are done with creating the object and calling to the show car details method. If I run this program, it should print all the details. Model as model number, color as white, price as this particular number. Let's quickly run this program. And if you see the output here, so we are able to fetch the model number, color, and price also. This is how we can use the init and self in the Python programming. In this video, I will discuss about inheritance in the Python. Inheritance allows a child class or a subclass to reuse the properties and methods of the parent class or a base class. Benefits of using an inheritance is code reusability, better maintainability, and extensibility. That is nothing but you can extend your code. The syntax for inheritance in the Python is you can create a one simple class. Then this class can be inherited in the child class by using the open and close parenthesis. Inside this, you can specify the class name which you want to inherit it. And you can access all the properties from the parent class to the child class. just by creating the object of the child class. Let's quickly see the examples for the inheritance in the Python. Here I'm creating a new Python file as 04inheritance.py. Let's create a one parent class called animal. Inside a animal class, I'm creating a constructor, and inside the constructor, I'm just printing the message as animal class constructor is invoked. And I'm creating another method called eat, and inside the eat I will just pass the self. Then I'm printing the text called animal is eating. We are done with creating a one simple parent class called animal, which contains the one constructor and one method called eat. Let's create a subclass called dog, and the dog will inherit the properties of the animal, and inside the parenthesis you can specify the parent class name. And inside the dog class also I'm creating a constructor by using the init. Then I will print the text as dog class constructor is invoked. And also I'm adding another method in the dog class as bar, and we will pass the self here. Then I'm printing the text as dog is barking. So we are done with creating the child class or a subclass as dog, which is inheriting the properties of the animal. Now we will create an object of the dog class, and by using the object of a dog class we can call to the bark method, and also we can call to the eat method, because we are inheriting the animal class properties in the subclass. Here I'll say object1 equal to dog. By using object1 I can call to the eat method, so which is coming from the animal class, and we have the bark method in the dog class only. Let's call to the bark method also object1 dot bark. If I run the program, it should print me the output as animal is eating, dog is barking. So just we are calling the two methods here. But before that, it will invoke the dog class constructor. As I mentioned, constructors will be invoked whenever you are creating an object of the class. Let's quickly run the program. And if you see the output here, so firstly, dog class constructor is invoking, then animal is eating, so which we are getting it from the eat method. Then at the end, dog is barking. So this is coming from the bark method. You can also inherit the variables. In the animal class, I'm adding the str1. Then I will assign some string value as JavaScript. And I'm adding another string variable in the dog class as str2. Then I will specify the string as Python. In this case, by using the object of the dog class, you can access the str1 also, because we are inheriting it in the dog class, all the properties from the animal class. Let's quickly access the str1 and str2 by using the object of the dog class. I will print it by using the print function. Then I will use the object1 dot str1. So here we are getting the str1 and str2. So str2 is a local variable for the dog class, but str1 is we are inheriting it from the animal class. Let's print the str2 also. And if I run the program, we should be able to access the str1 value and str2 value. If you see the output here, we are able to fetch the str1 value and str2 value also. In this video, I will talk about what is method overriding in Python. When a child class provides its own implementation of a method that is already present in the parent class, that is nothing but a method overriding. Let's quickly see an example for the method overriding in Python. Here we have a class called animal which contains the method called eat. Let's override eat method in the dog class. Here I will just update the text which we are printing it as dog is eating. Already we have created an object of the dog class in the line number 20, and also we are calling to the eat method. If I run the program, we should be able to run the eat method from the dog class. Let's quickly run the program. And if you see the output here, dog is eating, dog is barking, right? So we are able to invoke the eat method and bark method also from the dog class. In this video, we will see how to use super function for calling to the superclass, constructor, methods and variables. Firstly, we will see how to invoke the superclass constructor. If you look at the output, right now, animal class constructor is not getting executed. Let's execute it by using the super function. And in the dog class, inside the constructor, just I'm specifying the super function dot, then I'm specifying the init. That's it. If I run this program, we should be able to invoke the animal class constructor. And if you see the output this time, so we are able to invoke the animal class constructor, correct? And similarly, if you look at the animal class, and we have the eat method. And also in the dog class, we have the eat method. If you look at the output, only dog class eat method is invoking. Let's invoke the eat method from the animal class also. And inside the eat method in the dog class, I will just use the super function. Then I will call to the eat method. So this will invoke the superclass eat method or a parent class eat method. Let's run the program. And if you see the output this time, animal is eating, right? Eat method from the animal is getting executed after using the super.eat method. So this is the expected output. So far you have seen how to invoke the superclass constructor and methods. Now we will see how to invoke the variables. In the line number 2, we have the str1 as JavaScript, and I will give the same name in the dog class also as a str1. We will access the str1 value from the animal class by using the super. Here I will print the message as access variable by super. Then after that I will use the super function dot. Then I will give the variable name as str 1. That's it. And I will come down and I will comment these 2 lines. If I run the program, we should be able to print the str1 variable value. Let's run the program. And if you see the output here, access variable by super, we are able to fetch the JavaScript from the str1 variable by using the super. This is how we can use the super function in the Python. In this video, I will discuss about types of inheritance in Python with an examples. We have already discussed about single inheritance where we have only one base class and one subclass. Now I will discuss about multi-level inheritance. In this multi-level inheritance, subclass will be inheriting the properties of the another subclass. If you look at this example here, we have class A, class B and class C. Class C is inheriting the properties of the another subclass called class B here. Then finally we are creating the object of the class C and we are calling to the function 1, function 2 and function 3. Here function 1 and function 2 we are inheriting it from the class A and class B. Now let's see the examples for the multi-level inheritance in the Python. Here I am creating a new Python file as 05 inheritance type.py and I will copy this example and I'll paste it here. We are done with formatting. Let's quickly run this program. We should be able to invoke the function 1, function 2 and function 3 by using the object of the class C. If you see the output here, we are able to invoke the function 1, running function 1, running function 2 and running function 3. This is how you can implement the multi-level inheritance in the Python. In this video, I will discuss about multiple inheritance in Python. In this multiple inheritance, a class will inherits the properties from the more than one parent class. In this example, we have class A, class B and class C. Class C is inheriting the properties from the more than one parent class. In this case, we are inheriting the properties from class A and class B. You can separate the class names by using the comma if you are inheriting it from the more than one parent class. And finally, we are creating an object of the class C and we are calling to the function 1, function 2 and function 3. Here function 1 and function 2 are from the class A and class B. Now let's see the examples for the multiple inheritance in the Python. Quickly I will copy this code and I will go to the VS Code. For time being I will comment the existing code and let's add the code here and format it. Let's quickly run this program. If you see the output, we are able to invoke the function 1 and function 2 from the class A and class B that we are inheriting in the class C, right? And at the end we are invoking the function 3. This is how you can achieve the multiple inheritance in the Python. In this video I will discuss about hierarchical inheritance in the Python. In this hierarchical inheritance, multiple child classes will be inheriting the same parent class. If you look at this example, we have a class A as a parent class and that is being inherited in the more than one subclass. Class B is inheriting the A class and class C is inheriting the properties of the A class. And at the end, we are creating an object of the class B and we are calling to the function 1 which we have inherited it from the class A and we are calling to the function 2 which is present in the class B itself. And similarly, we have created an object of the class C and we are calling to the function 1, which we have inherited the function from the class A. Then we are calling the function 3, that is from the class C only. Let's see this example in the VS Code. I will copy this code and I will comment the existing lines from the inheritance types Python file. Let's paste the code and I will format the code. Let's run this program. And if you see the output here, so firstly, function 1 is being called from the using class B object. Here we are printing the running function 1. Function 2 is being called by using the object of the class B. Function 2 is invoked. And similarly, we are using the object of the class C and we are calling to the function 1 and function 3, right? This is how you can achieve the hierarchical inheritance in the Python. In this video, I will discuss about polymorphism in Python. Polymorphism is nothing but a one name and many forms. In the Python, polymorphism can be achieved by creating a same method name to behave differently based on the object calling to it. In a single line, if I say about polymorphism, same function name but different behavior. Polymorphism can be achieved in a Python by using method overriding approach, duck typing, and operator overloading. Let's see the examples for the polymorphism by using the method overriding approach. Here I am creating a new Python file as 06polymorphism.py. In this Python file, I am creating total 3 classes. First one is animal, and this class will be inherited in another 2 classes called cat and dog. Let's create a animal class, and inside the animal class, I am creating one method called speak. And I will pass the self parameter. And inside this speak method, I will just print the text as animal makes sound. That's it about the animal class. Similarly, I am creating another 2 classes called dog and cat. Let me update the class name as dog, and I will inherit the animal class in the dog, and the third class is cat. For cat also I will inherit the animal class. In the animal class we have a speak method. That speak method we are overriding in the dog class and in the cat class also. Let's update the text inside the dog class. Here I'll say dog barks. Similarly, let's update the text in the cat class also. Here I'll say cat meows. That's it. We are done with creating a simple 3 classes and we are achieving the hierarchical inheritance. There is a one parent class called animal that we are inheriting in the dog and cat class. Here I am creating a object of the all 3 classes. Then I will provide the object name as animals, and in the list I am creating the object of each classes. Firstly, let's create an object of animal. Then let's create an object of the dog class, and similarly let's do it for the cat class. Here we have total 3 objects, and by using the for in loop I will iterate each of the objects. Let's specify the variable name as obj in animals. By using obj, that is object, then I will call to the method called speak. In each of the classes, we have a common method called speak, right? Let's call the speak method here. Here we are achieving the polymorphism. Function name is same, but it behaves differently depends on the object. Let's quickly run this program. If you look at the output, so firstly it is executing the first speak method from the animal class, and second output is dog barks. So this output we are getting it from the dog class, and third output is cat meows. This speak method is getting executed from the cat class. But in this case, if you look at the line number 16, we have the same method, but it is behaving differently depends on the objects. This is how you can achieve the polymorphism in Python. In this video, I will discuss how to achieve polymorphism in Python by using duck typing approach. Let's create a new Python file as 07 ducktyping.py. We will consider the same example whatever I have discussed in the polymorphism session. I will copy the entire code and I will paste it in the ducktyping.py file. I will remove the last few lines of code, and also I will remove the inheritance of the animal class in the dog and cat class. Right now we have the individual classes, and in each class we have a common method called speak. Here I am creating one method called make sound, and this method accepts one parameter called animal. Then by using animal parameter, I will call to the method called speak. Whenever we are calling to the make sound method, we have to pass the object of the any of these classes. Let's call to the make sound method by passing the animal class object, dog class object, and cat class object. I will copy this function name. Let's invoke the make sound method by passing the animal class object, and similarly I will pass the dog class object and cat class object. We have a common method called speak. This behaves differently depends on the type of the object. Let's quickly run this program. If you see the output, so firstly it is printing animal makes sound. So this text we are printing in the animal class, and dog barks, which is coming from the dog class, cat meows, which is coming from the cat class. Here we have only one method name, that is speak. It is behaving differently based on the type of the object. In this video, I will discuss how to achieve polymorphism by using operator overloading concept. Here I am creating a new Python file as 08 operator overloading.py. In this Python file, I am creating one very basic function called add, which is accepting the two parameters, param1 and parameter 2. And inside the function, I will just do the addition of two parameters by using parameter 1, and I will use the plus operator. Then I will pass the parameter 2. This is a very simple function what we have. I will call to this function by passing the different data types values. So firstly, I will pass the integer values. Then second time, I will pass the string values. First parameter I will pass it as testers, and second parameter value is talk, and the third time I will call to the add function by passing the lists. In the first list I will pass the 1, 2. In the second list I will pass the 3, 4. Here we are achieving the polymorphism. Depends on the parameter type or a data type values, add function will be invoking. If I run this program, from the first add method, it will add the two numbers. From the second add method, it will concatenate two strings. From the third add method, it will merge the list 1 and list 2. Let's quickly run this program. If you see the output here, firstly it is printing the 30, which is 10 plus 20, it is 30. And then second output is tester stock, and third output is which is a merging of a list 1 and list 2. Here add function is behaving differently, depends on the parameters. In this video I will discuss about encapsulation in the Python. Encapsulation means binding the variables and methods together and restricting the direct access to the object's data. In a simple words, by using encapsulation you can do the data hiding and you can control the data access. Let's understand why encapsulation is required. By using encapsulation you can protect the data from accidental modification. It improves the security and code will be more maintainable. By using encapsulation you can control the data access via methods. Encapsulation can be achieved by using the access modifiers, by using mainly private access modifier. Python does not have a very strict access modifiers like Java, just it uses the naming conventions. If you look at the below table, if variable is just a simple variable without any underscore, that is nothing but a public variable. It is accessible everywhere in the project. If variable is starting with a single underscore, that is nothing but a protected variable. It is accessible within the class and subclass. If variable is starting with the 2 underscore, that means it is a private variable. It is accessible within the class only. Now let's see the examples for the public access modifier. If you look at this example, we have a class called employee. In the constructor, we are just initializing the salary, which we are passing it while creating the employee object. Here salary is a public variable. Let's quickly run this program. Firstly, I will create a new Python file under chapter 5 as 09 encapsulation.py. I will paste the code here and I will quickly run this program. If you see the output here, we are able to access the salary, right? So this is how you can create the public variables in the Python. Now let's see the example for the protected access modifier in the Python. If you look at this example, we have the class called employee. In the constructor, we are creating a one protected variable called salary. Then we are assigning the salary value to the underscore salary variable. Then we are printing the salary by using the show salary method. And then finally we are creating an object of the employee, and we are printing the salary by using a show salary method. And also you can access the underscore salary by using the object dot variable. But it is not a recommended approach by the Python officials. Let's quickly run this program in the VS Code. I'll copy this code and I'll paste it here. If I run this program, we should be able to print the given salary 2 times from the line number 18 and line number 19. This is not a recommended approach. You can use line number 18 approach. Let's quickly run this program. If you see the output here, after protected, we have the 2 salary printed, right? As I said, it is coming from the line number 18 and 19. Now let's see the examples for the private access modifier in the Python. If you look at this example, employee class, which contains the constructor. Within the constructor, we are creating a private variable as salary by using a to underscore followed by that variable name. And then we have two methods. One is for getting the salary. By using a return statement, it returns the salary. And we have a second method as set salary. By using this method, we are assigning the given salary to the underscore salary private variable. And finally, we are creating a object of the employee class. Then we are getting the salary, whatever we are assigning here. And you can also assign the salary by using the set salary method. And also you can get the salary by using the get salary method. In this case, you cannot access the salary by using the object of the class. Let's quickly see this example in the VS Code. I'll copy this code. Then I will go back to the VS Code. Then I'm pasting the code here. If I run this program, it should print me the output as first one as 50,000 and the second one as 60,000 after the private output. Let's run this program. And if you see the output here, after private, we have a 50,000 and 60,000. If you try to access the private variable directly, in the line number 40, we are trying to access it. If you try to access a private variable, you will get the runtime error. Let's run the program once again. And if you see the output here, so we are getting the error. This is the expected output. This is how you can achieve the encapsulation in the Python. In this video, I will discuss about abstraction in the Python. Abstraction is nothing but it hides the implementation details and it shows only what is necessary to the end user. In a single line, abstraction means it focuses on what an object does instead of how it does. Next, let's understand why do we need abstraction. By using abstraction, you can reduce the code complexity. It improves code readability. And abstraction enforces common code structure across the application or a framework. And it helps in the large scale application or a frameworks. Next, we will see key points. For achieving the abstraction, you need to create a abstract class and it uses the ABC module. In the abstract class, you can create a abstract method that has no body. In the abstract class, you can create a normal methods also, and abstract methods can be overridden in the only in child class. And the last point is you cannot create an object of the abstract class. Now let's see the examples for the abstraction in the Python. Here is an example. In the first line we are importing the ABC. ABC stands for abstract base class, and also we are importing the abstract method. Here we have one abstract class called animal, which is inheriting the ABC. This animal class contains one normal method and one abstract method. This animal class is being inherited in the dog class and cat class. As I said just now, we have to override the only abstract methods in the subclasses. And at the end, we are just creating an object of the only subclasses. Then we are invoking the sound method. And also, we are creating an object of the dog class and cat class, and we are invoking a function one, which is a normal method in the animal class. After inheriting in the respective classes, we will be having the function one in a dog class and cat class. Let's copy this code and we will go to the VS Code and we will execute this program. Here I will create a new Python file as 10 abstraction.py. I will paste the code here and let's quickly run this program. After running this program, it should print the output as, firstly it should run the dog class sound method. It should print dog barks, then it should print cat meows. In the line number 22 we are invoking the function 1. It should print function 1 is running. And in the line number 25 also we are invoking the function 1. Once again it should print the function 1 is running. Let's quickly run this program. If you see the output here, so firstly sound method from the dog class is invoking, then it is invoking the cat class sound method, and at the end it is running the function 1 from the animal class, which we are inheriting in the dog class and cat class. This is how you can achieve the abstraction in the Python. Welcome to chapter 6. In this video, you will learn how to read and write a files using with open function in Python. We will also explore Python libraries like math, random, date and time, and also we will see how to import the modules in the project. We will also solve real world problems like reversing a string, counting words, finding minimum and maximum number, and many more real-time problems. Let's connect Python fundamentals to real-time programming step by step. In this video, I will discuss how to read and write the files by using with open function. With open is used for file handling and it automatically closes the file connection after the use. With open function, it uses something called context manager. By using that, it automatically closes the file. You can use with open instead of open. If you are just using open method, you need to close the file connection manually. These are the advantages what you have after using the with open. No need to close the file connection manually, and it is more safer and cleaner code. These are the below file modes what we have. While you are using a with open function, you can pass it. In our case, we will see R plus. We will see like how to read a file, and also we will see how to write the data into the file. Now let's see the example for how to read a file and how to write the files using with open function. Firstly, let's create a new folder called chapter 6. Under chapter 6, I'm creating a new Python file as 01 read-write file.py. Firstly, let's write with followed by that open function. This is accepting two parameters. One is file path, another one is mode. Here I'm passing the r plus. We are firstly reading the file, then we are writing the data into the file as file. This is the variable name what I am giving it here. Here we have to pass the file path. I am creating a simple text file under our project called data.txt. I will just add some text inside the data.txt file as hi, welcome to Tester Stock YouTube channel. That's it. I will save this file and I will close it. Here we have to specify the path where exactly we have the test data file or a data file. In our case, file is present inside the root folder. So I will mention the data.txt here. By using file variable, I can read the file content and also will print it in the output by using print function. Inside the print function, I will use the file dot, then I'm calling to the method called read. This method will read the content of the given file. Let's quickly run this program. We should be able to print the content from the data.txt file. And if you see the output here, we are able to read the data from the text file. Similarly, by using file variable, you can write the data. Just I'm using a file dot calling to the write method. Inside the write method, we have to pass the text. Here I'm passing firstly \n and followed by that text. It always write the data into the new line. So that's the reason you need to pass the \n. Let's pass the text as hello tester stock. After writing the data into the file, let's once again read the file. I will use the line number 3 as it is. Then I will add another print statement just to differentiate the output. Here I will give the text as after writing the data. Similar print statement I will write it for the before line number 3 also, that is before writing the data. That's it. But you need to add one more important line before you read the data. After writing the data into the file, you need to move the cursor back to the 0th position by using file.seek method. Inside this, you need to pass the 0. Means that after writing the data in the file, by using this seek method, it goes back to the again at the beginning of the file. That is the intention of writing the file.seek. So that whenever you are reading the file, this will fetch the entire data from the given file. Let's quickly run this program. And if you see the output here, so firstly it is printing the hi, welcome to Tester Stock YouTube channel. And this is after writing the data into the file. We are able to fetch the original line and also we are able to fetch the newly added data into the text file also. This is how you can read and write the file in Python. In this video, I will discuss about math module that provides you a set of mathematical functions. Let's see the examples for each of the mathematical functions. Firstly, you need to import the math module by using a import followed by that math. By using math, you can call to the required functions. Firstly, we are calling to the square root method. We are passing 100 value here. 10 into 10 is 100. We will get the output as 10. And you can find out the power of the given number. In this case, we are finding the 2 to the power 4. That is 16. Next, we are finding out the round down and round up value by using the floor method and ceil method. By using floor method, you can get the round down value. With respect to this example, 4.5, if you specify, you will get the output as 4. In case of ceil method, if you specify 4.5, you will get the output as 5. Next, you can identify the factorial of a given number also. Here you can specify the number and you will get the output as 120 if you are specifying the number as 5. And also you can identify the GCD of a given numbers. Here I am specifying 1 to 18 and we are getting the output as 6. Similarly, you can get the constant values pi and Euler's E. Let's copy this code and execute it in the VS Code. Here I am creating new Python file as 02 math.py. I will paste the code here and let's quickly run this program. And if you see the output here, firstly we are getting the square root of a number which is 10. We are getting the power which is 16 and we are getting the round down and round up values as 4 and 5, factorial of a given number, GCD of a given numbers, then we are getting the pi value and Euler's value also. In this video, I will discuss about random library in the Python. Random library is used for generating the random values. Let's look at the examples. Firstly, you need to import the random model. By using random model, you can call to the respective methods. The very first example is by using random function, you can generate the any random number between the 0 and 1. Second one is random int. You can specify the range of numbers here. In my case, I have added 1 and 100. It will generate the any number between 1 to 100. Next, we have a choice. This choice method will pick any one color from the given list of colors. Last one, we have a shuffle. By using this shuffle method, we can shuffle the given array. Basically, it moves the number from here to there. Let's execute this code in the VS Code. I'll copy this code and I will create a new Python file as 03 random.py. I will paste the code here and let's run the program. If you see the output here, firstly it is generating the some random number between 0 and 1 and second output is random integer number between 1 and 100 and this time it is picking the green color and it is shuffling the given integer number. If I run it once again, the output will be different. Each time it generates the different random numbers. If you see here, this time floating point from 0 to 1 number is different. Previously it was 0 to, this time it is 04. And random integer number, this time it is 29. Previously it was 38. Previously it was picking the green color. This time it is picking the white color. And also you can see our integer list. It is also shuffled differently. Previously it was displaying 1, 2. This time it is displaying 2, 4. This is how you can use the random library in the Python. In this video, I will discuss about DateTime module in the Python. By using DateTime module, you can generate the required date and times. Let's look at the examples. Firstly, you need to import the DateTime, and also you can import the respective classes. By using DateTime, and here we have one method called now. By using this, you can generate the current date and time. After now, if you are calling date, that will return you the only current date. If you are calling time method, that returns you only current time. You can also convert the date and time into the required format by using the strf time method. We are converting the date and time into in this particular format. Firstly, you can specify the percentage. Y means year, M means month, D means date. Similarly, in the next line, we are printing the output, firstly date, month and year. And in between, you can specify the slash also if you look at the example of line number 13 and 14. In the line number 11, we are formatting the time. H means hours, M means minutes, S means seconds. Before each character, there is a percentage and also colon is specified. And you can generate the future date also by using the datetime.now. So this will return you the today's date, and you can pass the number of days you want to add it. So this will be your future date. And also you can identify the days difference between the given dates. Here we have two dates by using date 2 minus date 1. That will return you the how many days of gap we have in the given dates. Let's run this code in the VS Code. Firstly, I am creating a new Python file as 04 datetime.py. I will paste the code here, and let's run the Python program. If you see the output here, firstly we are generating the current date and time, and then we are generating the current date and only time, and also we are converting the today's date into the required format. Firstly it is printing year, month and date, and in the second one, firstly we are printing the date, month, year, and also we are printing the formatted time also. In this case, we are adding a slash in between the year, month and date. Here we are generating the future date, and it is displaying the difference between the given dates. This is how you can use the date and time in the Python. In this video, I will discuss about importing models. So far you have seen how to import the math library, random library and datetime library in Python. Here I am considering the example of math library. In the line number 2, I am just importing the math model. By using math model in the line number 8 and 9, I am calling to the respective methods. I am passing the some numbers. This is the more meaningful, right? Because we will get to know what function we are using from the which library. And there is another way of importing the module and required functions. In the line number 3, by using from keyword, and we are specifying the library name, then import keyword, then here you can specify the function names directly. These function names can be used directly in your code without using the module name or a library name. This is a very small difference between these two import statements. Code works fine without any issues. Let's run this code in the VS Code. Here I'm creating new file as 05 imports.py, and I will paste the code here, and let's execute this code. If you see the output here, so there is no issues in using any of these import statements.